Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
Fight!
Claw through them.
भाई पहचाने मुझे नहीं ब्रदर। एमजी के स्टूडियोज के नहीं ब्रदर, रियल नाम बताओ अपना, तब शायद पहचान लूँ मैं। रियल नेम बताओ अपना, तब पहचानूँ मैं।
My ultimate's ready! My ultimate is ready.
पीपी भाई तुम्हें कौन नहीं पहचानेगा, तुम जो सेटिंग की उंगली करके गए हो ना, ये फिर मेरे को दोबारा सेटिंग करनी पड़ेगी। तेरी बहन। अरे तोड़ लोगे, तोड़ लो मेरा आके, समझे? तोड़ लेना मेरा, ठीक है? अरे नहीं यार, मत करो मत करो, मैं मजाक कर रहा था, मजाक कर रहा था। मजाक कर रहा था मैं, सीरियस ना लो इन सब बातों। कैसे खेले क्या थे तुम? वाह, खाली माइनस पे माइनस कराओ तुम, देख रहे हो? आगे दिए पूरा। यहाँ तक था हम लोग, बताओ इतना था, कब से कट गया?
Match found. Death match. Warm up.
तेरी।
Whatever happens, Sakin, don't
Whatever
panic.
happened, whatever
Trembling is bad for
happened.
you.
Fight.
Where are they?
Ah be abi.
Nice, nice.
मुझे ऐसा क्यों लग रहा, मेरा थोड़ा अजीब हो गया माउस रखने में समझ। अजीब है तुम्हारा, तुम्हारा गेम क्यों लैग होता है यार इस साइड में जब खेलता हूँ मैं? भाई देख रहे हो कितना गेम लैग हो रहा है? तेज का पिन कितना आ रहा है? 55 पिन की इतनी खतरनाक मोमेंट, व्हाट द फक। ये देख फिर लैग हुआ। है तेरी टट्टी। ये सेज कुछ तगड़ी मोमेंट मार रहा बे। चल तेरी वो चूतिया डिस्ट्रैक्ट कर दिया मैं। भाई ये तंडे
Rezalet.
remaining. One minute remaining.
चार
30 seconds left. Ten seconds left.
Better than being at the bottom.
स्टार्ट हो जा रही है।
Match found.
बहन भाई भाई इसे इंस्टा लॉक क्यों मारते हैं ये लोग यार। मैं क्लिक करने जा रहा था उससे पहली बंदे ने क्या बोलेगा। अब मैं रहना ही खेलूंगा और क्या।
have no idea how heartless I am.
Who are you all? The cleanup crew? Need a drop. Thanks.
Reloading. Reloading.
Need a drop.
Anyone need any help?
Need a drop. Thanks.
Still inside.
There they are.
Our spike's down.
Spike down B.
Eyes down.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy and defender spawn.
You were very
GG I
there.
Don't forget who you are, woman. A man, not a monster.
Somehow the hunger always lingers.
Match found.
प्लेयर वन अगर तुम लेना है या तो फ्लैश खेल सकते हो हीरो तो मैं स्मोक ले रहा हूँ खेल सकते हैं ना भाई पक्का ना
हाँ भाई खेल लूंगा
ठीक है जरूरी नहीं रहना है कि कुछ और भी खेल सकते हैं वैसे तो जरूरी नहीं बस फ्लैश होती है फ्लैश की जरूरत चलेगी
They have no idea how heartless I am. Jet, you're very talented. Aim for the neck. Easy kill.
सिर्फ बी बॉल का, अगर बी बॉल करके ना क्या बोलते हैं, सी गलत चला जाए, मेरे को स्मोक्स के लिए भी रहना पड़ेगा, इसलिए ना कुछ नॉनसेंस। नाइस नाइस।
सी पे
There. I'll find you.
स्मोक सही है, स्मोक सही है, मैंने ए पे यूज कर लिया गलती से।
Cutting them. Reloading. Spike down. Mid.
भाई क्या पे है? भाई क्या?
Reloading. Here. Spike spotted. Stand down.
Smoke's up.
Thirty seconds left. Last player standing.
हेल ना 60 का 35।
जेट जेट जेट
फ्री फायर फ्री फायर फ्री फायर फ्री फायर।
भाई तो इंस्टा लॉक क्यों मारा,
Another
मेरे को
thing
खेल
they'll
लेने
see
देता जेट।
before they die. Lucky them. I'm
अबे
saving.
तो न्यू प्लेयर तो भाई पूछ पाछ के लॉक मारा कर करेक्टर, मेरा मेन है जेट, सच्चा मैं खेल
भाई
लेता, मैं ओपिंग कर लेता जेट
न्यू
लेके।
प्लेयर सिल्वर लॉबी में क्या कर रहा है? मुझे लगता है मेरे हारने का दिन है भाई, ये ऐसे थ्रोवर्स के चक्कर में भाई
यही तो यार, ये वैलो
रेड
लगा,
फ्लैग हो रखा है मैं।
वैलो लगा समझ ही नहीं आता, सामने अच्छे प्लेयर डालता है और अपने में एकदम एंटी एंटी।
There.
ए पर है।
स्मोक एक ही है, स्मोक एक ही है।
अबे कहाँ जा रहा है उधर?
Phoenix.
Bam.
Gun here. Gun here.
Reload. Enemy spotted. A.
Last player standing.
कोई दोनों मर गए। वो मैं 12 भी गया।
भाई
हो गया।
One enemy remaining.
आज का गेम खत्म है।
Their jet has nothing on me. I got her.
ये ओडिन कर रहा।
भाई ओडिन मत ले भाई,
भाई
क्यों
मत ले,
कर
कोई
रहा
और
है?
गन ले जेड भाई, वन टैप वाली गन ले, फ्री फायर प्लेयर है ना तू, वन टैप वाली गन ले, शॉट गन ले और बैठ गया।
भाई टाइप मत कर, चेंज कर, 3 सेकंड है।
अबे तो कोई और गन चला ना, हम लोग बोल रहे हैं ना तेरे को।
भाई इसको रिपोर्ट मारो भाई।
शूट मारेगा।
70। भाई इसको बेंच लॉर्ड को रिपोर्ट मारो भाई, शो साला नया प्लेयर है, मैच हो जाए नया।
Last player standing. Spike planted.
हो गया भाई, हो गया गेम हो गया आज का।
Team A.
बे साला
Go.
Pry open their minds. Find the weakness.
भाई फ्री फायर ही खेलना भाई जाके वैलोरेंट
भाई
में क्या कर रहा है?
क्यों डाउनलोड किया? फ्री फायर ही खेलता भाई, वो कार्टून वाले गेम बच्चों वाले। भाई
पीसी में भी खेल सकते हैं फ्री फायर, पता है
वही
मेरे
तो,
को भाई।
हाँ फ्री फायर ही खेल। भाई भाई फालतू गेम में आए, बहुत बेकार गेम है, नहीं खेलने का ये सब गेम।
Feeling safe.
भाई वो पीक देने के बाद भी मर रहा है भाई उसको। पता है भाई गेम
Spike planted.
Smoke's resonating.
Last player standing.
भाई अच्छा है मर गया बंद करो।
Trust each other. That's all.
से जैसे बॉल करके गराज जा, सीधा गराज पे, ठीक है? आप सीधे से रहना आशीर्वाद में।
There.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Still in sight.
भाई गराज में दो है। ये क्या कर रहा है फिर?
Spike planted. Last player standing.
भाई
भाई ये जानबूझ के कर रहा है ये
सब दोनों
पेड़ और ये
सब
जेट।
थ्रोवर में है।
भाई मैं आई होप मैसी मर जाए भाई।
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
भाई है ना नेक्स्ट मैच खेलेगा साथ में।
हाँ भाई खेल लेंगे।
टीममेट्स ढूंढ रहे हैं और कुछ नहीं। सिल्वर 3 से नीचे आएगा भाई, जब निकाल लोगे तक।
मैं भाई गोल्ड 3 से आया हूँ, गोल्ड 1 पे।
मत पीक दे। रहना बॉल है, रिवाइव करना।
ये सही रिवाइव करना।
रिवाइव
Reloading.
रिवाइव कर, वो दे रहा है कवर।
Your duty is not over.
भाई
I'm not.
रिवाइव करके भी किसको किया वो?
साले उठाया भी तो।
Last player
ठीक
standing.
है।
İyi geceler.
My ult is ready.
प्लांट हो रहा है ये पे।
Spike planted.
Find you.
नाइस रे।
गेम खत्म।
सरेंडर मार दो बे तुम भाई, सबसे बेस्ट।
I got your backs. Just, you know, from the front.
Need a drop.
For you, hermanita.
Nightmare, take them! Mark 2, multiple enemies C. See ya, my ult's ready.
There. There. Cutting their vision.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
Spike planted.
Infect.
Smoke's up.
There.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Right, my bad.
अबे डिप कर.
This is nothing. Okay, Kata! Keep this momentum.
Need a drop.
जड़ भाई दे. जड़ भाई दे.
Can someone get this? Thank you. I must stop their Reyna.
You want to play? Let's play. Joke's over! You're dead!
Enemy spotted A.
एक गराज
बहन के लोड़े स्मोक देगा मातर चोट.
For you.
तो लौड़ी झाड़ के बोलते थे गराज में है कि नहीं है कोई.
एंचो
क्या
तुम
कहाँ है गराज में?
One down.
क्या तो मैं क्या करूँ उसका. मेरे जा रहा है एक ही जगह पीक देना अपने आगे के मर रहा है मैं क्या करूँ.
अबे सिल्वर के स्टक चोदे. तू क्या देगा बैठ के? देख देख देख अब कैसे खेलते. तू देख देख.
ज्ञान चोट के फायदा क्या जब तक भागना ही है.
नहीं रुक रुक. बेटे तू मेरे से 1 किलो ऊपर है, ज्यादा नहीं है. उड़ मत
Even with
भोसड़ी के.
numbers, anything can still
सोच
happen.
के बोला कर.
Remember,
एटलीस्ट वो तो सही. तू नीचे रहेगा जिंदगी भर. क्या ठीक.
Need a drop. I will hold up the
लाड़ लोगे क्या?
Watch this! Multiple enemies C.
क्या भी रहना रंडी बाप को शादी में गए हो?
इब्राहिम वेलकम माय स्ट्रीम ब्रो.
They're blocked.
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted mid. Dead enough. Multiple enemies.
Spike planted.
Cutting their vision.
Last player standing. One enemy
My ult's
remaining.
ready.
किधर था लास्ट टाइम?
नहीं पता अननोन.
Sí, bueno, se van de hecho de.
तो भोसड़ी
तेरा भी
वालों,
नंबर है ना लौड़े,
भोसड़ी वालों
रुक बस
कॉल
थोड़ा
तो दो।
सा और है बस।
हाँ, कॉल तो दो भोसड़ी वालों कि किधर है वो, मुझे नहीं मालूम तो चारों तरफ देखूंगा ना मैं। गांड मराने आज शुरुआत के 4 राउंड तुमने थ्रो करके दिए उन लोग को।
Where are you? Marked one.
Enemy spotted A.
ऑपर इनफ।
Satisfying. Enemy spotted. Mid. Weapon here.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Spike spotted. Mid.
Block sight. Time to stock back up.
क्या बेरे ना बाप के साइड पे आ रहा है अपने।
नहीं चाहिए हेल्प तो बोल दे, मैं चला जाता हूँ यहीं से। खेल अपना अकेले, मेरे को क्या, मेरी वैसे भी ये सेकंड आईडी है, गांड मारा रैंक है, फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
Joke's over! You're dead!
There.
Spike down C.
There.
Reloading. Many enemies C.
I can work with that.
Enemy spotted. C.
One enemy remaining.
अंधेरी में हूँ, अच्छा अंधेरी में।
30 seconds left.
One 30.
10 seconds left.
Yikes. That sucks.
Last round before the switch.
Don't make it harder on yourself. Spend that money.
Your life. Thank you.
लोग लौड़े 2 किलो वाले।
भाई किल का वो दिखा रहा है क्या? कर ले जितना किल करना, मुझे क्या है, मैंने तो तेरे को बोला नहीं अभी तक किल के बारे में कुछ।
There.
Get out of my way.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A. Nightmare, take them! Marked one. Return to dust. Multiple enemies A. Multiple enemies. Marked two.
Reloading. Your duty is not over. Cool.
Spike down mid. down A. Here. Switching sides.
They're just batteries. And I need a recharge. There. I'm watching here.
Makes you know that, bro. Your mother is very badi wali auntie, you know. GP रोड की
तेरी माँ से ही सीखी।
चुदते
मम्मी
रहती
को
है
मेरी मम्मी से मत कंपेयर कर भाई।
अरे सही सही सही बोला मिक्स वो।
लूज तो तुम्हारी मम्मी का
मिक्स
वर्जिनिटी हो गया बहन के
सही
लोड़े।
जेट सही बोला वो तेरी उसकी अम्मी से तो सीखी तेरी अम्मी। टीचर है उसकी माँ जीवी रोड की।
अरे अरे पुत्री का लड़की का बच्चा है स्मोक दे।
Reloading.
Enemy spotted. A.
Opponents killed.
Get healing. Reloading. Enemy spotted. A. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Smoke's up.
Healing you.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted.
कुछ शायद वो है
Last player standing.
हाँ फक
नेक्स्ट आपकी मम्मी चुद गई है यहाँ नहीं यहाँ पे तो।
हिंदी बोल हिंदी
बड़ी चुदक्कर मम्मी है आपकी।
Clutch.
तेरी तरह तेरी मम्मी की तरह
If you must fall, then fall near me.
I'm saving.
Keep up.
There.
नहाती तो मिक्स ही मम्मी है मेरे से।
Enemy spotted C.
जावे लौटे जाना आगे।
Smoke's resonating.
Reloading.
I'm concussing.
Reloading.
Reloading.
जाना तो फिर झटके ना आगे तो फिर झटके जा जा डैश
स्पाइक
मार
दे भाई स्पाइक।
वाह अपनी मम्मी की चोट में डैश मार जा तो
दे रहा है कि नहीं देना जल्दी।
नहीं रहेगा वो ठंडी लोगों
Reloading.
Still in sight.
Reloading.
There.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
One dream ends, another begins.
Defenders win.
रेना
माचुदा रंडी के माचुदा रंडी के
इब्राहिम खान, हाँ मेरी जान। कौन सा इब्राहिम बे? अच्छा वही यार, तू ही है साले, दूसरी जीमेल से आया है। हाँ बोल बे। हेलो। हाँ बोल। ओके। दिख नहीं रहा क्या तेरे को? गेम खेल रहा हूँ। नहीं रे, प्रैक्टिस कर रहा सो तो। टीम तो अभी आएगी रात में 11-12, सब साथ में खेलते हैं। तो बंदे तो छूतिए प्लेयर आते हैं ना सालों, रैंडम में। क्यों, क्या कर रहा? हम्म। अच्छा, वो छूतिए प्लेयर आते हैं ना रैंडम। काली कलर नहीं देख रहा था? लाइटिंग, एक शॉट हो गया, गिर गया पूरा अपने आप। हाँ टेप, फोटो पे। नहीं रे, टेप चिपका है, खाली लाइट लाइट वजन से गिरी है। अपने को या तो वाइट टेप मारना पड़ेगा या फिर वो क्लिप वाला, जानता है ना क्लिप, वो मारना पड़ेगा। क्योंकि टेप दीवार में तो चिपक रहा है बट वो अपने लाइट को नहीं टिका पा रहा है, वेट है ना लाइट का। नीचे, हाँ, नीचे खींच ले रहा है। फोन काटा बे? पता नहीं भाई, फोन क्यों काट दिया। वही वो लाइटिंग वाली निकल गई है। अब या तो क्लिप का जुगाड़ करना पड़ेगा या फिर वाइट टेप, सॉरी सेलो टेप। मेरे लिए तो बेस्ट, सबसे बेस्ट क्लिप ही ठीक है। एक बार ठोक दो तो जिंदगी भर चिपका रहेगा। हम्म। चल ठीक है, मैं खेल लूँ। हम्म। लेट्स प्ले बैटलफील्ड के शायद कोई अपडेट्स आए आई थिंक सो लेट्स लेट्स ट्राई दिस के लेट्स गो ट्राई करते हैं बैटल 6 वेट वेट मैं डिस्प्ले वाला डाल देता हूँ जब तक ये ओपन हो रहा है
Is any different
let's
when
go
you're coming in?
watch up BCP.
I mean, we had knockout for stage 3 of last year too. We ended up winning the whole thing. So, in a way, being in the knockout rounds is pretty nice. You know, like I mean, obviously we would have loved to have been top 2 and get that bye and that guaranteed top 4. But having a match to essentially warm up into the bracket, even though it is single elim at this point, is really good. It helps us build some momentum.
इसको खेलेंगे नहीं बस इसी देखेंगे कि अपडेट्स आए तो कुछ चेंजेस लाया होगा अपडेट आया तो चेंजेस ज़रूर लाया होगा तो वही चेंजेस देखूंगा खेलूंगा ज़्यादा नहीं सीज़न 3 आ गया ना बैटल 6 का ओ रैंक वाले सिस्टम्स भी आ गए क्या इसमें मन नहीं कर रहा है खेलने का गुड मॉर्निंग। आज आज है ईद का तीसरा दिन। आज कोई प्लान तो है नहीं कहीं जाने का। मैं सुबह उठा हूँ, अब्बा बोले मेरे को आराम करा दे कि परसों कल पूरा दिन घूमे हैं, तो आज बोलते हैं उनको आराम करा दे, तो अब्बा गए सोने के लिए। मैं आ गया दुकान में बैठ गया हूँ, तो देखते हैं आज पूरे दिन में होता क्या है। अभी बैठते हैं दुकान में और अब बने रहो वीडियो में। वीडियो देखते हो मगर लाइक नहीं करते हो, लाइक ज़रूर कर देना। आज पूरे दिन में देखते हैं होता क्या है। मेरा पैर में लग गया है ना, देखो, इसलिए मैं लुंगी पहना हूँ। पैर में लग गया इतना तेज, पूरा फूल गया। इतना दर्द तो देगा ही। कल के मुकाबले आज का पानी थोड़ा कम है। मैं कल वीडियो बनाया, इस पर अच्छी लगता है पानी हटा दिए लोग, बहुत कम हो गया है पानी। अब बने तो वीडियो में, कोई कस्टमर आएगा मिलेगी उसके बाद। एक कस्टमर आ गया है, उसको सामान देते हैं, मिलते हैं उसके बाद। चलिए आइए, है देखो सही खाते हैं, देखते हैं कैसा है बना है। तो अच्छा बना है, मिलते हैं समय खाने के बाद, तब तक के लिए बाय। मुझे ठंडा पीने का मन कर रहा है। अब्बा अभी अंदर हैं तो मैं चुपचाप ठंडा निकाल के पी लेता हूँ। कौन सा पीऊँ? ये थम्स अप पीता हूँ, अब्बा को पता ना चले, फटाफट पीते हैं पीते हैं।
बहुत मजा आ रहा है यहाँ पे, क्या लबे सीरी सा लग रहा है, दिल गार्डन गार्डन तो
खुल गया। अब्बा नहीं आ रहे अभी। अभी भी नहीं आ रहे। अब्बा अब्बा अब्बा अब्बा अब्बा अब्बा अब्बा चले गए। बहुत मजा आ रहा है ठंडा पीने में, ठंडा पीने में बहुत मजा आ रहा है। इधर देख, दिया कि नहीं दिया पैसा? पैसा दिया कि नहीं दिया? जो कल रिसोर्ट गए थे उसका पैसा दिया कि नहीं? तू दे दे। नहीं नहीं तू दे दे, वरना अच्छा नहीं होगा। तेरा कंप्यूटर ही गायब कर दूंगा। तो ठंडा पीते हैं मस्त एकदम। मस्त। अरे कहाँ जा रहा है? किसको? अरे ले पी ले मत बता किसी को, मत बता। हाँ प्लीज, बताएगा कि नहीं बताएगा? ए नहीं है। अच्छा सिला दिया तूने मेरे प्यार का। यार ने ही लूट लिया घर यार का। नहीं है अब।
Do you think the power of friendship is what's helping build up this upwards?
गुड मॉर्निंग। आज ठीक है, गुड मॉर्निंग। सुबह उठ चुका हूँ मस्त एकदम। अब्बा गए हैं मुंबई में।
सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी।
तो अभी अपनी बर्गमैन से जा रहे हैं मस्त, देखो खड़ी है, बर्गमैन से जा रहे हैं मस्त मुंबई। तो देखते रहो, बने रहो। आज पूरा दिन मेरे को ही दुकान में रहने का है, दोपहर में बंद कर दूंगा मगर दुकान। देखते रहो और देखते रहो, चलते बैठते मस्त। नहीं बाटला नहीं, सब HP है। वैसे भारत के लिए बाटले के लिए आए थे, मेरे पास बाटला है ही नहीं, मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ, मना ही कर सकता हूँ। हाँ बाटले की दिक्कत। देखते रहो, बने रहो, जब तक जंग बंद नहीं होता तब तक कुछ नहीं होगा। देखते रहो और देखते रहो। अपना प्रिंस है ना, बैठा है ना, देख रहे हो प्रिंस को? चलते थोड़ा घूम के आते। पहले जा रहा हूँ अभी बहन को लेने के लिए, बहन को लेते हैं। जूस भी ले आया उधर से मस्त। आया गया आया, देखा अपने में, देखो सामान भी आ गया इधर, इतना सारा सामान आया। ये सब देखिए, गया और आया सामान इतना सारा। तो जूस पी लूँ, सामान लगा दो, मिलते हैं सामान लगाने के बाद। क्या सर
Et on va pouvoir partir sur une anti-écho des plus classiques.
सब्सक्राइब करने के बाद घंटा बजाएं
काय का घंटा ये क्या
ताकि
होगा?
आप दूसरा अपडेट घंटा भी मिस ना कर पाएं।
Smoking is injurious to health. Tobacco leads to.
Et encore une nouvelle contre-perf de Bardolph. Hein. Du coup, il a pas son ultimate pour le round bonus. Je suis un peu déçu. Il a en moins 1 par contre.
Oh le pauvre.
Ah non, tant qu'il va nous faire, il va nous faire une perte de.
3 of these maps. That's where they get the ball rolling. That's where they have the cleanest set plays, and they can really channel the firepower of Miori in these positions. And as promised, we're gonna get it started off here pretty fast, right? No lurk, no nothing, just straight forward A side. But G2, instead of opting into this fight, you may see little C's, but otherwise they're probably gonna take the C mountain space and play for a really fast kind of flank.
Yeah, maybe a fast flank or retake going in here for G2. And you already mentioned it, Eva. Scaling a little bit backwards, trying to solo anchor that A side, having the support of a Viper player as well. Amy rotating over there. First contact belongs to Annie. And she gets this one into Akita. Gets Vanya as well. Immediate double kill for Barca. Great position for them.
Yeah, Psych gonna concede. Eva was trying to play for the one and done, but now the group up alongside Amy is good.
And Lida only gets a trade, but it's way too late. 10 HP onto Eva. This one's a little bit dangerous. Needs to find the player onto drop. But Devilessa forced on the trigger. Spike is going down in the end. It's a 1 versus 3 for Mimi.
Rotate of Shame on over. The clutch shot is the leader of this squad. Arc Rose out. This post plant just got harder to retake into.
2 players over towards 3. Annie spotted. Mimi knows where she is, but has to be a little bit afraid of those few crossfires. Gets a first frag. They're not trading. Barca all of a sudden in a position where it got a little bit harder. Devilessa needs to isolate that duel. Mimi needs to find something to work with. Needs to find some headshots. 1 more bullet. Reloads. Spike isn't half. Needs to stick this one. The spam through the box does not work out. Mimi on the swing. Does she have enough time? Did this one go down? Mimi gets it. Oh, point 33. A Red Bull clutch by the IGL
What the
of G2
fuck, boy?
to start things off.
Wow, I was so nervous for G2 Gozen when I saw them kind of half commit to this duo challenge around rope side after they already were down numbers from the Annie opening, right? This is the moment where it forced Mimi into that 1v3 clutch. And you mentioned how effective these post-plant crossfires looked and then fell apart in execution. And that's the exact thing that Mimi took advantage of in the cusp of time, that internal clock working overtime to get the pistol on the board. So beautifully done there. It's not going to be a great momentum start then for Barca Esports and for the Zico. Miori looking for a cheeky opening with the Outlaw, but otherwise just strict defaulting. See if you can bait out these early kills once again.
And they're tanking up Miori. Full shield plus Outlaw. A huge investment. High risk by Barca. But they're trusting the duelist. Trusting her to take the wheel.
Okay. She's trying to steer the ship towards the A space. That's where the nice, safe double tree stack is.
No contact just yet, Miori. Slowly but surely, but doesn't get the shot. Akita fast on the trigger, the Outlaw on the ground. Problems for Barca in that round. The investment fallen short. Devilessa can't pick this one up. Has to take too much of a risk. This has to be a rush for Barca anywhere on the map.
Less than a minute left. Mimi is up to the challenge.
Has a flash still in hand. Spots the players. Both shoulders now on Spike. Planted safely, but not the best post-land position for Barca right now. Lida, a little bit of a contact. Trying to force G2's IGL to overplay her hand. 2 more players scaling up towards the heavens. Lida finds that kill into Akita. No trade just yet. G2 might fall short, but Vanya is here for the rescue. Amy's position also a powerful one, but the Outlaw of Devilessa finds something to count for. But Barca still falls short. 3 weapons for G2 and an Outlaw for the taking.
I don't lose.
Okay, G2. I like the level of respect they showed on that pivot from A to B out of Barca, and they play that retake one step at a time. Barca maybe was able to catch them off guard a little bit on the top mid fight because they primed themselves with that Arcros 4 C-Link fight that they then disengaged from, and I was worried about that second guessing a little bit, but it kind of inadvertently set up a little fake play that gave them a leg into this round. So, oh no, Barca, yeah, you can hope for more kills, but you got the spike down, you got 2 away. That's pretty good now coming into the full buy. The only difficulty is the fact that your main entry, Niori, is forced onto a Stinger because of that outlaw purchase. So we'll see how that affects things, but G2, pretty classic A look. Fight, dump util, but with the Vice also here alongside this util, that should be the green light go to scale into C because it is infinitesimally weaker now.
Yeah, it's just Amy there, trying to solo anchor that side on a bandit in hand. There might be a little bit of trouble for the G2 Viper. Already ported onto the side. Barca has taken a lot of space. Amy just moving backwards, giving up the space. Spike has yet to be planted.
He's not gonna complicate things, delay the timer. G2 ready to pounce once it's confirmed.
They have the triple stack up there in main. This one is dangerous for Barca to play. Paranoia, Vanya misses everything, but no trade available for Lider. The players in band all zoned up. A double for Vanya. Amy jumps in. They have one as well. A 2 versus 2. Barca has shut down. It's been shut down by G2, but it's a 1 versus 2 for Mimi. A clutch for the AGL once again. No weapons in sight. Just that Bulldog to be picked up, but the spike has yet to be planted.
Toki low HP wants to play for the time, and the confirmation that the site is theirs. A fact they lacked earlier in the round. Maybe a nice position when they knew she was Hall's side.
And nobody's looking there. I mean, they re-smoke. So Mimi has to either push this one fast. Toki is low, but the initial contact works out. Barca, they're going by the books, 2 and 1. The bigger weapons win out that round, but it wasn't pretty. Only 2 rifles remain.
Yeah, a bit messy. Toki and that 4K coming in clutch, especially when this reflood attempt was coming in, right? Beautiful satchel, crosshair draw, and Vanya follow-up, but it's this exact moment from Toki on that elbow position, and the crossfire from Devilasa, who regrouped into main. That made it a clean ending conversion line. So, all in all, yeah, like you mentioned, point on the board, but it's gonna hurt a little bit in the light shield in the Guardian department. Versus G2 come to their first buy, have the steel Garden off of Mimi's clutch. They're primed themselves well to start getting a substantial lead, but Toki on the flip side also had an ult up her sleeve. Nice from the Shadows play, but she's getting crunched, tracked, and dealt with.
Yeah, everybody knows where she is. Toki, a little bit of a too risky play. Vanya swings out to be as well. 2 quick kills for G2, bringing them on the victory track. But Barca can equalize somewhat at least. Annie chimes in there on a quick one, but they have to reassess their situation.
Yeah, that's back-to-back rounds where it feels like the mid-round call comes in too late, right? They can't defuse the fight that's happening in B-Pillar. And in the previous round, they should have known that C-Side was so weak because of that extra Thorn investment on that A-main fight. So we'll stay, though. Less than a minute left. Really, really nice end call here towards A. Still to get past the Thorns without a nade, but it will just be Mimi here to play interference.
But the Thorns are a great stall right now for G2 Goes and holding Barca off that side. Mimi has an ultimate up there as well to start off the retake. Looks for that first contact immediate.
Right? There it is.
Are you gonna do? There it is. At your man, Knight for the counter, but the Steel Garden leaves Barca short-handed. First player spotted on the ropes. Shorty trying to fight into this one. It's a great seize. Vanya has a triple from the heavens. All of a sudden, the G2 smoker finds the damage and sees the paranoia, and Barca's hold falls apart.
Yeah, I think we're gonna need a replay of that one. Just again, so fluid in the team fights. We'll get G2 that round, that momentum they wanted on this map pick, and I mean, it was a great idea from Barca on this from the Shadows, but G2 not making the same mistakes, simple mistakes as the group stage any longer. And yeah, it was an idea, that counter of Barca wanting to fight into space again. Too late, it feels like, off of the Nightfall, and Vanya just handles it. Ends of the Slaughter style, so here we go. First time we're probably going to see Barca trying to contest fight into this A-stack engagement, but without weaponry, I'm not expecting it to be very pretty, Akamask.
This one will hurt for Barca probably. Sees plus nade constellation already in the hands of G2. They're throwing it in there. First frag belongs to Eva. Immediately shuts down Miori, Vanya as well in there. Devilessa tries to soften the blow a little bit, but Barca falls apart on that initial go towards the side. Once again, it's just Annie, a ghost in hand. Not much you can do there, not much to expect from the Sentinel player. Gets a kill to Eva. But that's everything you can account for. 4-1 G2. They fixed their Lotus. They antied a little bit of what Barca were doing in those last few games.
And I will say, aside from the ults online for G2 Goes, and I do want to see Barca run back that A rubble and wall fight to see if they can win it when rifles are in hand. Because if that option's off the table, it's going to get predictable. And we've seen some of these C retakes go awry. G2 have just been really clean on their rescaling. For now, though, Barca back to a pretty tried and true default. Again, they hate the space that G2's been able to exploit, and they show pressure across the map. So all in all, here we go.
I mean, Space sets up retakes, and G2 is one of the best retake teams on all of Game Changers EMEA right now. They have the Nightfall available, spotted one of the players, triple stack, scaling up towards A. They are trying to force Devilessa out of position.
Ooh,
Oh,
trying to
she's
push
holding
the
her
lurk
ground.
back.
She hears the runaway. I feel like that should be the answer to start rescaling here. Maybe call the troops back, but they are still steadfast on this C space where, once again, the Vice is here. It's going to buy so much time for these rotates to come through. And G2 has been really lenient on these rotation timings to their own benefit.
Looks like Barca is trying to force for C execute. They're hearing the thorns of Mimi, so they can expect the wall to be up close there. I don't think Barca should execute in that side, and they're not doing it. That ultimate is a pure fake. Going on to this one, Mimi clears up Miori. Akita with the counter ultimate as well. But it's a complete fake by Barca, which does not go into effect because they're not scaling up into the A side fast enough. Devilessa
30 seconds left.
needs to trade, but it's too late. Tokyo already on the ground. Barca forcing their way through that smoke, but they're not checking for Vanya in the backside. No space given by G2. Vanya in 3. Nobody's looking for her a second time around. Double for Vanya. Make it free. Solo anchoring that side. 5-1. G2 doesn't give them an inch on that map.
Wow, Vanya is back. Barca, they style one of their beautifully crafted fake-outs. We've seen it against other opponents on other maps. And it's unfortunate that Miori dies for the cause. But like you mentioned, it's this time they rescale into A. And Vanya's brilliance as a solo anchor without even expending any utility that sets her apart. 3K, immediate Barca timeout here as well. Just to talk through what's going wrong, the lack of momentum on the attack cap that they elected to start on, given that this is G2 Gozen's map pick. And talking about G2, the prep coming into this, the anti, obviously get tricked a little bit up in the investment of those ultimates on that C fake, but still lean into Eva cutting off the rotates. Vanya 11-3 on the side anchor. And really, what more could you ask for?
You can't really ask for more out of Vanya. And I think what G2 is doing here really, really well. They're forcing Barca to be aggressive on one side of the map. They're always forcing back their lurk players. And in general, G2 is adapting to that more aggressive playstyle that Barca showed throughout the last few matchups they were playing. And I think that's the adaptation that G2 needed going into this matchup.
Yeah, I do think I want to see Barca simplify just a little bit. Like I mentioned, trying the A fight again when they have weapons. I think the C fight, they got control over that space when the Vice wasn't here. It's just they didn't plant fast enough before the rotates came through for G2. There was this like kind of momentary pause that was not needed. But an eco round means closer sites, closer spaces, hence the spike leaning front B. Hence them getting Toki deposited here pretty early on to listen to these rotates, maybe make that mid-round call and decide where to end.
Throwing that smoke over to the C side as well, so you can secure a showstopper for Miori. They spotted Toki now.
Ooh,
it's still a great position.
Try
it's
to.
a great position, Pocket.
Now they know it's a fake out. Not spotting anybody with C mound is a huge win in the Barca book.
That's short scaling up, but Amy has two. Upwards position finds both Barca players slowly creeping towards the C side. They were not aware of someone still being on site. And that allows for some rotates for G2.
Okay. This proactivity works for G2. They get numbers, they still have confirmation of where Barca's leading. That's a huge opener though for Devilasa. And now this is where you need that regroup, that sustained call with just 30 seconds left. And I'm still seeing Barca players going every which way, spreading themselves thin when it's Nico, when it's a 3v3. And this is where Vanya again might be in the right place, the right time to cut off these rotates to A side.
They have to go for 3. Because, like, if they're expecting G2 to rotate over towards the B side, 3 is your call right now, but Vanya might just be behind them. Spots 2 players, gets the headshot on the first 4 seconds. You have to plant the spike. The round is gone. Barca loses this one because Vanya is playing those anchor rolls in an absolute insane fashion. Another 3K for her. Vanya is doing everything right now.
And again, these late round calls have question marks popping up, right? The logical decision, get the kill B, or maybe worry about the Vice wall, but 3, 2, 1 and take that engagement together. This is just unfortunate. Really nice off angle for Mimi, really nice cycling of her own Viper kit, but I mean, they have no information A side and are backpedaling towards that side of the map. It's, again, questionable. So all in all, Barca, I'm not a fan of double timeouts in the first half, but if they lose this next bye, we might just need one. This is where I mentioned it though, wanting to take this A side fight yet again when their weapons were back online, yet again when they have the ults in tow like Miori's showstopper, and they've won engagement so far, but there's more than meets the eye. Look at the 3 players stacked in ratty little corners here, Akamask.
Look at Vanya's position. Needs to destroy the bot, but doesn't get out of the corner. That's the entry they needed. That's the kill Barca were looking for. An immediate pull of the showstopper. Lighter gets to showstopper in vain, but it doesn't matter because it brought chaos among the ranks of G2 Gozen. 7 and 1 might just be stopped. Annie and mid finds Amy as well. The lurk successful, and Mimi might just be able to save.
That's the simplification we wanted to see from Barca. Not quite sure why G2 didn't go with their standard nade sees fight for that wall space, but it gave Barca just enough space to set an action plan, a scaling off of that showstopper, which, like you mentioned, doesn't find the kill, but finds all the space, the ping pong, the force up through that revolving door. That's G2's downfall. So, although, like you mentioned, Mimi just going for the save, and that's where we circle back to. Also, Annie was a nice cap off, that nice lurk timing as well, because the wall was repositioned C side instead of B main, so you may see G2 go back to the ladder. So all in all, Barca bounced back with a flawless. Didn't even utilize all the ultimates either, so we're gonna have Lida with that Nightfall moving forward. And this is grounds, I would argue, for them starting to close the gap here a little bit. And it's not unexpected either. Barca does have slow starts on maps, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, now you have the perfect ultimate setup to play your offense. You can use the Nightfall for taking a side and immediately afterwards play the Viper Spit for Devilasa. And I think they should throw it into this round to sort of get closer in the economy department. You're still not settled when it comes to your eco. If you lose this one, you're still in those do or die eco situations, and you don't want to be in that.
Well, run it back if it works, right? Barca going again for the hefty A main fight. This time, though, G2 answers the question, why didn't you fight for that space? Well, we're going to this time around.
Yeah, or trying to. It's an up-close fight. Nobody's dead yet, but the wall goes down. Devilasa on the timing. Has to. Nightfall taken into account as well. But it's a back and forth, a bloodbath. That goes the way of Barca in the end. 1 versus 2 for Amy to retake that A site.
It very narrowly goes their favor, right? A 2v1. Amy's position still in the wind since she didn't invest that Viper Spit like originally planned. See how she navigates this herself. Toxic screen to try and split off Annie from Lida. Hence now the regroup outside of revolving door outside of tree. I find this so safe. Akamask as far away as possible. They know what these G2 players are capable of, and Amy even has that snake bot online to further splinter them.
But they're playing it isolated. They're giving Amy the duels. Now she knows where Amy is. Immediately pulls the ultimate. Puts the go button into this one. The Thorns won't help you. Get into close range. Annie still clears it. Clutches up for Barca. 6 and 3. They're surviving, not thriving in those rounds.
Very, very nicely done there. Again, intelligent investment of the ultimate from Amy, but the shorty scaling the disrespect right after the Thorns get sprung. Not expected at any means. And honestly, what wins this fight is not the Nightfall for Barca, but the initial C's that prevented Akita from getting past the toxic screen, getting that left wall positioning. And that's where, again, their util and scaling has been the cleanest, the strength of Barca on their attack house in the past. And we're starting to see that come out a little bit more, but you can't keep going A. That's where G2 has strength, is fixing problems that arise. So, steer clear, head towards B. Vanya. Yeah. No, she likes Tanker, but that's a difficult one.
They're challenging the top fragger of G2. Miari has been spotted. Dropped into the pit. Akita needs to get the entry here, but Amy does in her sight. Toki goes down. Amy on a double. Revolving door into 2 kills. Make it 3. Amy shoots Devil Lesser into a 1 versus 4. Needs to clutch up, but Vanya, the closer G2 needs. 7-3, a halftime lead established. And Barca crumbles on that B spot.
Yeah, we've seen that from G2 over on the C side already this half. Those immediate refloods before the spike even goes down, usually, again, around a paint shell, around Amy and this snake bite. It has been perfectly placed and just puts Barca in an uncomfortable position where they can't set up the re-engagements that they want or the post plans that they desire. And that's where I think Barca do need to, again, get those openers before, like we saw in the last round that whittled down to that 2v1, or they need to rely upon Annie a little bit. And that's the double-edged sword, is their late round calls. Those mid rounds have been rougher looking this map versus the very all-in calls like we're seeing this round towards this A fight yet again.
Yet again, another A fight. They're hearing the wall.
I like it silently, though. Probably could just be a lurk, you don't know yet.
But with the Brawler, it's very, very obvious where Barca is going. Where Barca is heading. Toki goes for the wall.
Shadows traveling.
Tries to force her way into her own Viper Orb. Together with the Season 8 for more backside space. Miori goes onto the side, triggers the wall. Barca had some space, especially looking at Toki. The timing is perfect. Going up the stairs, scaling up towards Amy. Miori has a great swing, but dies onto the hands of Eva, who brings that round back. Vanya in the backside, another spray transfer. Madness by G2. Those aim performances are crazy. Leaves Lighter in a 1v2.
Doesn't even know the op is long either. Where the possibility, but it will not matter. G2 goes and get up to 8 off of a beautiful A side hold, and it really did come off of, I think, Barca taking some solo engagements that weren't needed, right? Miori taking that backside fight before that dark cover tree fades, and the one fight that was taken hand in hand, right? That backside engagement gets obliterated by a spray transfer between Vanya. So again, it's like, what more can you do? Maybe Miori asked for some help because she's having a rough match, all in all.
Vanya is so good.
I need an 8-4 here to become a Barca believer, Akamas. How do we make that possible?
Yeah. Not face Vanya, I guess. Like, those fights have been absolutely insane. No ultimates to account for. That's it from the shadows. Toki, a little bit of an overstep by Miori once again, but doesn't fall onto the hands of Akita, who is having a quiet map as well.
Arla re-clear. Question marks if someone's deposited behind it or not. In the meantime, nice confirmation. Vanya's zone from the shadows has been sitting on it for a minute, but they want to challenge us up head on. Paranoia, Nightfall, the works coming in. But it's again a fake off the ult, and this time it still baits out the Nightfall. And this time, Toki from the shadows can get a deep deposit on the A side. That might be the difference in that scaling issue we saw last time, Akamask.
But do they know where Remy is? Still up there in stairs. Still might have timing here against Devilessa. Thorns are going up.
Ooh.
Devilessa did not spot Mimi. Doesn't get a kill, but now she knows where 3 players of G2 are. That's great info. Taken by Barcelona's Viper player. Still falls to the hands of Vanya. They know where Amy is, but she gets one with the orb. Doesn't get a second. Lighter as fast as possible. Scales up. Over towards that Viper. You spotted the rifle. Over from Eva, but she, the spidey senses are tingling a little bit. Eva gets one more. A double by Annie. Might bring that back. Miori clutches up. Chaos on the side, and Barca is thriving into this one. 8-4 at the halftime. Might make Zombie a believer here.
Now we win. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
4 iconic teams, 1 legendary brand. 20 hours of heat, 20 hours of cool with Milton.
Got hosting at 99 and then paid 3 times more at renewal. That's how most hosting companies work. Big discounts in year 1. But when it's time to renew, the real bill shows up, and that's when it hurts. At Miles Web, what you see is what you renew at. Same price at renewal. No hidden hikes, no surprise shocks. Just transparent, honest hosting. Switch to Miles Web today and stop renewal surprises for good. Miles Web. Hosting you can trust.
Timing, later on calls being their biggest enemy, and that was perfectly coordinated around Toki and that from the shadows. So we'll see if we can keep up that reactiveness, because that's paramount in this defensive half on Lotus. G2 faking out with the init util from Eva C-side, while A is the name of the game here. Toki ready on the off angle.
Ready to challenge whatever G2 is throwing at her, but stays a little bit too long. Overstays her welcome. And the upwards position, Akita. Finally an entry for her. Might take the ult up as well. Stacking up an early showstopper. G2
You're going for the re-clear?
Did not take any space there.
Yeah, this stall out. A little difficult to challenge head on, but probably will keep the double rotate here for Barca.
Miori vs Akita will be the crucial duel of that round. Light has been spotted, but do they know that someone is in that corner? Will they check for Miori? That's a big question. Devilessa gets challenged, gets the kill. Akita set up, Amy, another one for her, Eva. On that position, giving over information to her teammates. It's just down to Amy and Lida.
Difficult one when you're caught on these rotate timings for sure. Off anchor positioning, and there's still a backstab brewing. Amy. Can't finish it off with 10 HP.
What a shot from Lida! Oh my god, Annie might make this a reality. But needs to find Vanya, who's right behind her. Agro's destroyed. Needs to isolate, but Akita doesn't give her the duel. Vanya's position has not been called over to her. Clears the round in the end, 9 and 4 G2. A crucial pistol round goes their way.
Well, it would have been so poetic if the way the first time ends is how it opens, right? With that Sheriff double kill. But yeah, you mentioned it, Vanya low HP tucked away, played the perfect timing game. And G2 starting to track towards double digits here. And a disrespectful force-up from Barca, even attempted when it feels like you can still turn things around after 10-4, so... The time being, G2, they liked the scaling they had on the pistol A side, and Barca have a little bit deeper of a trap set this time, it feels like. Paranoia, if contact was made. Revolving door to take the deeper space off the haunt. And this time G2 says, the last thing we want to do on a force buy, with double Vandal, by the way, is go into a numbers-heavy engagement.
I mean, they're trying to snowball that halftime as well, right?
Yep.
If you win this round, but Annie finds an early entry kill. A lot of players spotted by G2 anyways goes on to that side. Weapon picked up by Eva. You can't afford to lose 2 more players.
I like the reposition. They're just gonna scale out Deathball style from Hall, and that's where Eva's up to bat.
And there's another fight. Devilessa gets that kill, but Vanya is up for the task once again. A double by Mimi holds G2 in the game as well. The mainstays are fragging out. All weapons recovered. Back picked up. Vanya's on 21 kills in 13 rounds. Make it 22. An absolute performance by the G2 Omen player.
And you can see why G2 have such a high post-plant success rate after a round like that, right? Layers upon layers of security nets, right? Vanya refragging Eva, who gets a little whiffy with one of the hero vandals, and even Mimi, that Bulldog bites back. So they keep those weapons, they upgrade the rest, and we can't really call this a bonus anymore. It's buy for buy, blow for blow that could decide the fate of this map. Barca did not want another 4-13 loss against G2. We're gonna have to start seeing it because, again, first few defensive rounds have had the same look. Fight A, pivot after the fact.
Immediate trade off Akita. That nade doesn't find the correct success, but Lida does on the double kill. Toki upwards position. Shuts down Amy in the end. What a decisive goal by Barca. The aggression finally shows for them.
Now, there's one thing we know about Barca. It's when they're in these scrappy, chaotic team fights, that is where they find the most success. And just like that, they've already found improvement score-wise up against G2 Gozen from the group stage. But they are far from a comeback, far away from stealing this map pick from G2. Because at this point, if you're G2, you're going to wait for ultimates to go back A. Or you're going to pivot elsewhere, C side, in fact. And again, when they're running the same compositions, they know ideally how to deconstruct this C space. That's theory crafting 101 at its finest, and let's see them apply it.
And I think three players should be known for Barca right now. You hear C's, you hear Nate, and you see that Omen smoke. You should be aware, if you are G2, that there are three players stacked over towards the A side, and it's immediately a rotation from Barca as they don't spot the aggression from G2.
I like that, the little B main room clear from G2 as well. Just check their backs before they engage or before they rotate, and that's where Amy has slowly been scaling, trying to get this info A main. And honestly, I don't think she's gotten far enough to warrant the full rotate from G2 Gozen, and that's where Toki, with the paranoia, cannot get cut out on this jump peak. Has to buy enough time here for the rest of the players to rotate back.
But look, over towards Baby Door, two players of Barca already scaled up. G2 is a little bit in scrambles. Amy is looking for an entry, is looking for any sort of information, but Barca does not give that to her. First strike goes over to Miori of a perfect setup of the paranoia.
They're fighting the double stack on B almost.
30 seconds left.
And as Barca is moving into that B side, G2 is trying to challenge that, but gets shot down. Double satchel to keep
There's 20 seconds.
The bomb plan, 20 seconds. G2 needs to rush over to the C side, but there's still a Vice in play. Deport from Vanya, way too risky. A double kill in the end for Annie. Devil S holds that side 6 and 10. Barca is back into that map.
That is a crazy overcook of a round from G2. In the moment, the calls, the pivots were good, but they didn't set deep enough anchors or break down enough of that default Vice utility to make those last-minute pivots, right? Like, the wall is still up here. They had just broken the thorns. And again, they tracked the rotates correctly, but that was about all you can write in the success column for that round. So G2 thwarted for now. Barca win that very important round, denying that bonus conversion. Because they so deeply invested into it, it's not like G2 can buy for another round. So Barca, major opening here.
Running into the outdoor. Mary with that first shot. And G2 immediately rotates over into that A side. But that's information that Lighter should give over to her team.
Like the Miori angle on B main. Peels off just as Amy starts going for the re-clear here. That's going to open the door for a possible late B pivot on this eco round.
But is there the option for a late B pivot for G2? That's a big question for me, because they can't go through Baby Door. That's a position that Barca has firmly in check.
It'd just be through B main, right? The wall's not there. It's just singular thorns you can maybe break, contact up into. The only thing they don't know about is that Miori has the outlaw on this heaven line.
And slowly but surely, time gets of the essence for G2. Miori, both shots whiffed. That smoke pushes her off. G2 gets the spike established on the side. Gets a great position. But has to spread out a little bit further. Right now, Barca, they're coming from all the sides. Two players up heaven. Two from waterfall.
I feel about Annie's position. Look at this, so slow, Akamosk.
They need to be a little bit faster. Holding down the angles. Vanya in that smoke with Frenzy. That's a good close range weapon. Toki finds her, isolates her out of that situation. Immediately the showstopper thrown into the road. Amy has a double kill. Where does that come from? From the side as well, Miori. No weapon in hand. They're still trying to fight their way in, but G2. Oh no, Moda Thrifty. 11 and 6. Gets back into the map. Gets back on their winning tracks. And Barca, that was way too slow.
And that's the round you look at if you're Barca and say, if we won that, we would have come back and won that map, right? G2 messed up over forcing into that fourth round, or sorry, into that third round bonus. I just, whew. I mean, yeah, this is why we thought they were taking too long, right? You have snake bite for delay. You had the really early showstopper, and you know where the satcheling there is a bit unfortunate, but it is truly aiming that two-piece. That rescaling from main into the site that is paced so perfectly. And now speaking of that pacing, they're trying to keep up the tempo. Talked about not challenging C-side early enough into the round. Here come G2 up mound. Meantime, Amy also being more forward on her A-side lurk timing.
A little bit of a tempo shift in general for G2 Golden right now. They're a little bit faster, but Akita, untradeable angle for a team. Immediately an ult.
This is what we wanted from Burst the first half. A deep-seated lurk that opens up the site, finds a kill along the way, and now Runner's interference on any retake.
Amy! All of a sudden, Amy gets 2 on stairs. Ultimate fiber as well if they want to invest this one. A Viper's pit up and running. Devilessa gets caught off guard, and Amy on track for an ace. Spot Snyder. Kill number 5 denied by the enemy fate. And still G2 in the driver's seat, firmly in the lead. They want to get onto match point. The paranoia enables this one. Ever gets that last frag. 4 for Amy. What an impact lurk for her.
Map point discovered. And that it was the buy round as well for Barca. Just really nice responsive utility there as well to close off the round. Paranoia off contact on the light up to ensure no heroics could slip through the cracks, which is where Barca usually find those turnaround moments, is heroics. And yeah, it's difficult when Devilas is also having a bit more difficult of a game. We say that 11-14 isn't even the worst on the squad, but I don't know. I just feel like she hasn't been in those big swing moment pivots. Again, we mentioned how it was more device lurking in the first half, and it was usually more as a cap-off than a round-winning pivot play. And I think that's making all the difference in terms of the defensive calling of G2 versus Barca's.
Yeah, especially the mid-rounding for Barca was on the attack side a little bit lacking. They found their rounds towards the end of the half, but it comes too late. As well as the timeout, I think. I think that timeout would be a little bit better the round before, because like now you're playing against matchpoint. You have to win 6 rounds in a row. You don't have any room for mistakes in the end if you're Barca right now. And yes, it's G2's map pick, but they are still a great Haven team. They won against SK Gaming on that map.
And there it is. We talked about it again, how strong these post-plan setups are for G2. We've seen it on the C site with the 3-tiered cake of a Michelin star chef, and we saw it in that post-plant against the 1v3. And now, okay, Niori, super aggro alongside the crunch from Pillar. This is a nice opening, but G2 again have the right response.
Eva immediately trades that. Akita and a whiff by Annie might be crucial here. That might be the moment where G2 goes and wins map number 1, gets onto a path into the semifinals. They're on a collision course against SK Gaming. Devilassa's old team. The Viper's Pit sets them up for success. And as Devilassa scales up into that pit, Barca is coming from every angle. They need to surround this one. Need to find the snake up in that pit. Amy has not been spotted, but Mimi... This might be a great timing for Devilassa, but still gets stopped in tracks by Amy. Mimi gets a second one, and Amy calls game, denies the comeback for Barca. 13-6. G2 Gozen is up on their own map pick.
We should never question the game plan of Drew Spark and Ajay Tay. Again, they pick into undeniably one of Barca's stronger maps, one that's been a coin toss for them historically, and come away pretty one-sided dominant all the way through. And we saw the growth, right? The adaptations from Barca to show signs of life, some hope moving forward in the map pool. But all in all, again, this Lotus was really, really well called. There were some traps that definitely worked, I think, against G2. Barca was good at, again, drawing those numbers away, but it was those follow-ups, the full picture completion that fell short at times. They are coming to Haven, though, a map Akamas, and I'm really excited to see from this team. One is, again, taken off against crazy teams, and we also had to test G2 Gozen's new composition yet again.
Yeah, let's look. G2's new composition on Haven will be fire in the literal sense of the word, because they're playing Phoenix on Mimi right now. It's been a different outlook for G2 Gozen, and you know, I want to see what they are trying to do on that second map.
Here we go. Again, one last look at this map and where things started to go wrong, we'll call it. Mimi winning out that pistol that already would have been a great start to an attack half on Lotus. And again, it was some of these moments of hesitation, pause from Barca, and missed timings when they had a deserted C site. They had all the information they needed from 4 players of G2 investing A side utility, and they just didn't make the right late round call fast enough. And again, that's no fault to Barca necessarily when you do have a budding IGL in terms of Toki. She has the experience behind her, but like she mentioned in that interview, this team needs time, needs reps. And again, a hardened squad like G2 with Mimi at the helm, and now Vanya on the secondary calling is going to be super, super difficult to play against. And whew, doubling down on the Vanya point as well, Akamask, right? I feel like I was giving her a hard time in the group stage because I'm like, this is nowhere near the Vanya we knew from stage 1, but I said it in that series up against SK Nebula, I'm going to say it again, she feels back.
Yeah, Vanya is back into those matchups. Vanya is back into what she can deliver, especially on those solo anchor roles. You know, those are like the big ones that we want to see from her. Like those moments where she can pop off as the one player on the site. And I think Barca was in a lot of chaos once those executes took place and once the initial plan did not go as they expected it to go.
Yep. Absolutely. So I want to see, again, the Barca that's back that makes those decisions in the moment, right, to fight into deep space. You're going to see ideally on that seaside halls and garage. We need to see them be on the same page, or we're going to have a really short story in G2's favors on our hand, Akamask.
Yeah, it's a little bit more into G2's favor after those last few weeks because again, Bruce Buck said in an interview they beat SK onto this one. Like they showed that they can be a good and a great Haven team even. And I think yeah, it's Barca's map pick. It's the map where they feel the most consistent and the upwards trajectory shows the most. But still, G2, you can't underestimate them on a map like this.
Absolutely. Well, like we mentioned before, G2 goes and take their map pick, but that of Barca Esports is up next. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, one team could be facing elimination.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that quick.
Okay, I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Welcome back to the VCT Game Changers EMEA Playoffs here on Valorant EMEA. My name is Akamas, next to me there's Zobi, and we are still in a matchup between FC Barcelona and G2 Gozen. Barca on that first map did not look too competitive, especially on their attack. Once plans went wrong, G2 was there to take that advantage.
Yeah, again, there were some swing rounds that really would have made the comeback happen, favoring Barca. And most notably, I think it was that fifth round thrifty that G2 was able to secure off the back of Akita's showstopper that, like, you wish could have made this a competitive map. But all in all, again, G2, when they pick maps that come out of left field, it is not without reason. And that is what they proved. And now, again, Akamask, I feel like we're now entering difficult territory where we have hopes, right, for, I think, this Haven. But when you look at how strong, again, that attack side was for G2 and how strong their reticks were as well on their defense, it's like, where do we find the sense of hope for Barca and a third map?
And I think that breakdown speaks volume of what happened on that map. Because G2 wasn't the team that got aggressive on the entries. The team that got aggressive on the entries was Barca. And G2 turned around all of those rounds, mostly trading out their players once they got entried, and also converting all of their post plans, which is helpful in the end, right? Converting those rounds where you're on the back foot is something G2 got very, very good at, and immediately trading out once Akita, for example, dies in an early situation, also something to look out for. Haven is up next. Map pick of Barca, but G2 showed some promise on that map as well.
Oh, they have immensely, right? They started out this stage, again, in experimentation mode. Juicebark mentioned that that's the map they put the most work into, shifting from this Chamber of Ice that they played initially between Amy and Mimi to the Mimi Phoenix debut. That has honestly just not disappointed by any means, right? The first time they played it, it was a little iffy. Like, yeah, they were down, like, they won the map 13-7, but she was 7-12. And then immediately after, they play it again with the same comp versus alternate attacks, and she jumps up, right, to 17-16. I feel like the more she plays this Phoenix, since that was her second ever rep, like, the more comfortable she's gonna get and the more lethal this composition is going to become.
And I think it's only logical for players who played the Yoru a lot to switch over to the Phoenix, because while there are big differences in between those agents, they are weirdly similar in some ways, right? You still have those aggressive flashing agents where you can take a little bit more risky situations, where you can IGL from the grave if you're the one dying first on those rounds. And the Run It Back is one of the best ultimates and one of the most underrated ultimates in the entire game. It's only a 6-point ultimate with that sort of impact, and I think Phoenix slowly but surely making his way into the meta after the Euro nerfs is just logical from a gameplay perspective, because most teams are used to those more aggressive comps.
Well, before we bark up the G2 Gozen trade, to give credit where credit is due to Barca Esports, this is a map that they've taken off in OT against Gentlemates in that last week of the group stage, playing against the same exact composition that G2 Gozen is running. But with that do come some complications, right? While Barca Esports, I think, has a deeper idea on their attack in terms of ways to get aggressive, ways to set these traps, these fakes that will work just as effectively as they did on Lotus. We saw Gentlemates going for a lot of saves, not playing as retake heavy as we know a team like G2 goes and gets. So I don't think we're gonna see as fluid of success markers maybe for Barca, but I do think it's gonna be a definitely more comfortable map for them. Just again, they're most played, and while they have losses, they've all been OT. They've been pushing again top 4 playoffs teams, and I think that if there is a map to win, it's obviously the one they picked here today.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not interested in what Barca did in the first 2 weeks of competition. I'm interested in what they did in the last week of competition, because that trajectory and that development of those players is something to look out for. And you know, there are teams that are not good in the regular season and pop off in playoffs all of a sudden. G2 is one of those teams, right? G2, most of the times, they don't play like the most convincing regular seasons. They always have like games where they're experimenting, where they shift team comps, and I think something similar can be accounted here for Barca, because they switched a lot in their gameplay style in general, coming into those last week, making the playoffs after beating Focus on Carmine Corp.
And again, for all the Barca fans out there, another thing that I've noticed when looking through their Haven is I think Toki has a better grasp on what to change and when. Again, they never get too repetitive on one site, on one set play. They literally utilize it until it runs out and then immediately pivot on perfect timing, usually against the Sentinel reposition cycle as well. So I think that's something that we're going to really challenge, I think, Amy and G2 specifically, to make sure that she's anchoring on the right site, because a good anchor is going to go a long way. The Miori that has slow start as the Raze here on Lotus is not going to be the same one sliding into the server over on Haven, and I think they have to be ready for that.
Yeah, G2 has to be ready for that, that's true, but you also have, with the comp, especially on defense, so many small trap setups that you can play off of the Phoenix with the utility that your Cypher is providing. And in general, I think G2, they have the cards on the table, right? They have the cards in their hands, and I think Barca, they need to prove that they are a team that can contest with the best in EMEA. They made playoffs barely passing Carmine Corp. And, you know, with a little bit of a different outcome on the last day, with Focus, for example, beating Twist Minds and Alternate Attacks winning against SK, we could have a different team here in the playoffs, which, you know, Barca has a lot more to prove compared to a G2. If they lose here, it's, you know, a huge upset, but Barca has to prove that they can contest with the other 5 playoff teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And we circle back to Barca again, a long-term project, try to develop talent within Spain for, again, game changers, for the broader circuit. And I think they've done a good job at that. Even most of the players on this team are having very realistic goals. Again, improvement from stage to stage, not necessarily coming in and saying, our goal is to win the entire split. It's like, okay, we got really good last time. We want to make playoffs this time. Yeah. They've done that. And now I want to see the grand conclusion, the work that they put up to thus far, because Toki talked about it. They wanted players that were super committed to growing, shown on that stage, right? We don't want it to look like their efforts were in vain. And again, I think Haven's the best battleground for that. The big difficulty is going to be players like Amy, players like Vanya that are really good at side anchoring, because we are going to see Barca once again starting out on the attack, and we cannot see another 1-6 start.
Yeah, and in general, I think the goal is GCC. The goal is not to make anything in the middle of the season. And if you win Split 3, you qualify, right? So you want to grow through the entire year. G2 did the same thing last year. And yeah, Barca is no G2 right now. But, you know, growing throughout the entire year can be a strategy that works. But Barca has to get their takeaways from a game like this against G2 Gozen. And on the other side, if you're G2, you're under some sort of pressure after last year's a little bit of a disaster throughout the middle of the year, because you had to win Split 3 to even make GCC. And G2, if they win here, if they maybe win in the semifinals, they are more or less locked to make GCC, or they are at least pivoting over towards a more sustainable end of the year. And, you know, that's something I want to see from them.
Yeah, but no signs of Gentlemates breaking down anytime soon. I can agree with that sentiment a little bit from the Champions Point perspective. But all in all, I'm glad that you mentioned G2 and their run of Stage 3 last year, because that started with a knockout round. And that's exactly what Drew Spark and Billy talked about in their interview, was the comfortability, the confidence builder that a win like today entails for the rest of their playoffs run. A run where when they got to the best of 5s, they got to the upper finals, they fell flat when it came to a well-rounded map pool, a well-rounded meta, which is the difference of this G2 Gozen versus Stage 1. But Akamask, I think we got a map ready to go.
I also think we have a map ready to go. Haven is coming up next. I would guess that we don't have any surprises in the agent select. Maybe not. No surprise. Nothing too surprising? No surprise. Okay.
There we go. Again, a Cypher for Amy. Again, the classic defensive KJ Viper for Barca, because honestly, they don't need it. Lida cycles Hunter's Fury so effectively, and Toki with that Paranoia is the perfectly synchronized exec with Miori. I've seen it in action. If it's here and in the server today, G2 Gozen have a difficult time, we'll say, managing it. And I will say as well, for G2 Gozen, a big difference between them and the Gentlemate success when pushing Barca towards OT was that Phoenix, right? You had Marty, who was absurd, finding multi-kills left, right, and center, heroic plays that were able to clutch out rounds. And again, I put that pressure on Mimi because she's had immense scaling in her first 2 reps on Phoenix, but she is nowhere, I think, seasoned on this agent, that I think it's going to be as fluid as intrinsic. And I want to be surprised, I think, by that fact more than anything today.
And gotta be honest, IGLing on that Phoenix is way different than you know, not IGLing on that Phoenix. You know, and with Mimi having to do a lot of the calling and fragging, I don't think we're gonna see a similar performance towards Marty. It's gonna be a very different Phoenix compared to the hyper-aggressive playstyle Marty is running most of the times. But still, there's a lot of pressure onto Mimi. I would agree to this statement because, you know, you switch the comp specifically to bring that Phoenix in, to get your team a little bit more aggression, a little bit more of a flashing option into tighter choke spots. And yeah,
wait a minute.
Let's see if G2 Gozen can convert into this one.
Akamas, we seem to gloss over the fact that Eva's on Fade and not Sova.
Oh, wait.
Which they were on for their last match against Alternate Attacks and the previous one before that. Now, how does this pose things? I think it leans into the fact that G2 already have super strong post plants. It may not need that Hunter's Fury. And this is where the question then poses, Akamask, which is stronger for an exec tool, do you think, on Haven specifically? A Hunter's Fury or a Nightfall?
Obviously a Nightfall.
All right.
But, like, I don't know. I'm still not the biggest fan of the Fate. If you're looking at the Horn, for example. But you have the Prowlers. You can check a little bit more for those small and cheeky corners where Barca might stand into this one. And that's what I'm looking out for from the side of Eva. Check those corners, try to clear Barca out, and it's gonna be a bloodbath over towards the A side, or so it seems.
Ooh, Vanya, the timing,
oh my God,
the backstab.
Oh, the timing for Vanya is very wild. Toki and Miori, they're fragging back, but have they spotted the scaling of Mimi and Eva?
They might think they're so safe here.
And Mimi and Eva are just scaling up towards sewers. Not being too fast, not overpacing anything. Very smart plan from Barca, as you already mentioned, but Eva brings the numbers back into even. It's a great flash by Mimi. All of the numbers are dwindling for Barca. Just Devalessa. Nowhere near the spike, and the backside plant might come to bite them. If Devalessa can't pull out the heroics, a 3k forever. What a movement play by Mimi and Eva in the end.
Yeah, I don't even think Barca knows what exactly transpired that round or how they were suddenly surrounded as soon as the spike plant was going down. But once again, G2 goes in and get the pistol off the rip. And that's so interesting for Barca because we were going over it, right? Their pistols were usually, again, 5 down C, 5 C split. And this round, they finally depart from that and go towards the A space. And there just happens to be the G2 4 stack. It is so unfortunate, especially when elimination is on the line, and you have to win your map pick to push the debris for even an opportunity to right the wrongs of 4-13 loss and get out of the knockouts. But here we go. Second round buy-up. Once again, the Outlaw for Miori looking for an opening. But close B, not sure how that's going to function. Mimi, and one of the players with the weakest weapon in this arsenal, going for an early challenge, early info.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of an expensive buy for G2 compared to the FBX buy that they were trying to set up onto Lotus. And Barca, they're scaling up mid, looking for duels Miori can take, and she does get the first shot onto Mimi. But now the jig is up. Outlaw in hand of Miori spotted.
Big switch up from the Lotus Force buy in that second round. And they keep it up though.
Oh, Eddie!
Crazy
double. Finds the frag into Eva. That's an important one at that. Vanya on the side needs to solo anchor, needs to remind Barca.
Oh, the paranoid missed!
The stuff she was pulling onto Lotus, the paranoia missing! The spike is on the ground! Vanya on the double! The solo anchor! Working wonders for G2 once again! Akita, Outlaw in hand with both shots! But still, there's Amy in the run, behind both players. Weapon picked up by Lida. They're rotating over towards the seaside, but Amy
30 seconds
might have has the timing here.
No, the speed of the rotations won't be a problem with the Neon on your side. Miori good for the plant, and already a difference. 4-1, lights out, comparative to Lotus. And Amy, such low HP, navigating this 1v2 with both weapons on the Barca side is going to be difficult to say the least.
A huge upside round for Barca on the horizons. It's a Lida without a shield. It might be a little bit of a problem. Miori, full shield. Oh, aimed onto the right spot. The arrow does not hit. It's a half defuse for Amy. Gets the first kill, but the second one does not fall. Lida closes that round. Outlaw picked up back. And this time around, the force buy worked for Barca, for the Spanish team.
Anime was about to hit that transfer, but yeah, that opening kill. And this kill's crazy, I think, on the round. And I was even worried when they didn't like double clear Vanya, but the trade immediate. And it does feel like it's that backside A fight in this pivot of not underestimating Amy that locks in the round. Suddenly momentum thrown to the wind. Barca, great opportunity with the 4 Vandals and Phantom. Get the lead for the first time in the series.
Full save by G2. Very disciplined what they're trying to set up. Overdrive from Miori as well, establishing early ult control. Look at the position of Eva. This might be an impact position that you can use if you're G2. A trade would be necessary.
Well, Eva, post positioning here. Playing around with the toxic screen timing. Mimi's lucky to be alive, but it's nice a bait set up for Eva. Hopefully they don't clear the corner is the idea.
Oh, but they do! Still, nobody shoots back against Eva. Gets a headshot into Miori. An early entry, but just a trade. No weapon inside. G2 can't recover that. The outdoor on the ground lost.
Great pivot. They would have been running into a stack. Seaside has no Cypher utility given the eco. Do they end there or B, though? Vanya on another gruesome corner. That would further Dolly's numbers, so the drone comes out. And they're too far to capitalize.
How to Shorty getting pushed this far outwards. That's a huge problem. Akita still gets a frag, even though Annie called over the position of that player. Lyda has a 3k in the end. The Hunter's Fury charging up. Barca getting that second round, the first lead in that series.
Okay. It's a little bloody, but it again gets the job done, and that's where again each of these G2 players are able to basically find their one, minus Vanya on the crazy little scaling out with a shorty. And that's where again we talked about it. The calls weren't fast enough, or they were incorrect in the late round from Barca. Here they have been perfect so far. Again, pivoting away from a stack. Again, giving the respect where it's due to 1v2s. And this round, whew, they throw disrespect to the win, and it punishes them.
Toki with a very aggressive play to seize. Disrespected Mimi in the corner, remains unchecked, but has to trigger discipline. There's a crossfire set up with Vanya. That's the impact we were looking for from the duo of G2. All of a sudden, 2-player lead. Spike in no man's land, but G2 abandons position.
Oh, now Amy immediate scaling. They know that even if Amy falls, it's still a 2v3 numbers advantage. So the idea here is to encapsulate, keep these players from rotating off, force them into the Eva operator.
Still, Amy has a position up mid. If they pick up the spike, they're running into the arms of Amy.
Can't breach the line of the turret, though. They hear the turret's still there, too. That's a huge call that they're still A side.
And the snakebite delayed even more, so Barca has to take a fast rotation here, has to take a fast trip, and they are all running into Amy. And whiffs this one. Open path towards the C side. If Barca wants to go that way, but they're stopping in their tracks, not going over to C. It's gonna be an A hit. And Eva, are you ready for that? Are you prepared for that? The utility is going mid up. That's so unfortunate.
Oh, and she's gonna play for the short timing here. There's only 15 seconds left. She can just stop the spike planter.
10 seconds
Time is
left.
of the essence. Barca needs to go on site. Mimi is still in the position. Eva, here's the spike plant going down. An immediate ultimate by Mimi. And they're not checking forever. Whiff on the operator. Mimi gets 1, Mimi gets 2, a 3k in the end for the IGL of G2 Gozen. Stepping up on that Phoenix.
I don't even know if we needed to run it back because of Eva's positioning, but it is a great way to get to 2-2 nonetheless. They keep the op, they peek the big weapons, and that is G2 just forcing Barca into a corner. And that's after a major corner goes unclear that disrupts the... and yep, that was me the entire round, like, what just happened?
Zombie Pog.
Zombie Pog. It's gonna be an emote later.
I mean, Barca has an ultimate up, right? They have Lidar on the Hunter's Fury right now. That might be a possibility, especially in the post plant. But G2 firmly in the driver's seat here now.
Revealing area.
Now, I will say, one thing that very rarely fails Barca is a good old-fashioned C exec, but we questioned if Amy would be able to thwart it all together. She likes to anchor these sites a bit more heavy. And with that, and the half broken by, Barca decided to go for the immediate fake out.
Nice position known. But Akita gets an entry. Toki down on the ground already. That's an early peek by Vanya. Gets one, gets a second as well. B-side anchored down by the star player. Miori on a late trading garage does not open up any avenues towards the side. They don't know what's happening on the A side. No drones to account for. Barca with some problems. The mid-rounding might be off here. And then a 2 versus 4. 50 seconds on the clock. A side, a plant in sight, but nothing else to do.
Okay. Once again, the right late round call will give them a chance, an opening here. But with Miori so low HP, and you want Lie to depend on the shock, the recon, and Hunter's Fear for post, I'm surprised to see her the one scaling so deep towards spawn, but playing for the trade angle, playing off the time they have left.
There's a they heard the slide. G2 should be aware that this will be an A-side plant.
You've been so careful, though. This is interesting to poke for backside, but still be scaling down in to long, into short. I don't know how I feel about it.
That's a very safe call by G2, but 4 players spotted by the arrow. They know where they're coming from. Miori gets one. Miori needs to get a second, but does not Lida. And a 1v3, too much work to handle. Third round for G2, flipping the leads in the end. And that defensive half looks more promising than we maybe expected.
And G2 taking 0 risk on these half-buy rounds, and for good reason. After the promise we've seen in the late-round stabilization out of Barca. Again, we saw the run-it-back utilized. We saw the Nightfall utilized. They are pacing these ultimates quite well to snatch the lead back and establish themselves in the future, right? Akita should be trading up to that overdrive not far from now. And that's where Barca need to get these rounds under them with the ults they have online here soon. Get Annie's, get Devlasses online as well.
Go, go, go!
Of the essence, we talked about it. An immediate portal to the backside. Akita whiffs that shot, but spots the omen, knows where the jig is happening. Fast execute onto the seaside. That worked against Gentlemates, wonders against the French team. Spike's going down, Barca has complete control.
And this is why those seaside plays work so well. Now the crunch is brewing. Garage, CT, G2, you gotta be ready for it.
And Eva gets the entry, gets the second one as well. Annie on the light trade. Lida finds the lurk as well. Trades back and forth, 3 versus 3. No leads to talk about right now, but Devilessa brings her team back, gets a double in the backside, but Vanya does so as well.
It's smoked off.
Smoked off. Does not hit the bolt. Vanya can just stick to the fuse. And will do this one. 4 and 2. G2. In the end, it's Audacity that takes Vanya over the finish line and gets that round.
And she bolt for the operator, the final trophy on the round, and that's the difficulty. Again, whenever we see Hunter's Fury on Barca's side, they utilize it for those CXX, but then the post plant gets weaker. And when Might is so far away as well, and the C-trap fails, doesn't buy enough time because Eva's refrags are so powerful. That's difficult. And here again, it feels like there's some disconnect between Miori and Devilassa on those trades, despite the 2-piece that she was able to achieve. It's Vanya again there for the refrag. And again, numbers always felt like they favored G2 goes. And now numbers on the half are as well. Barca, first timeout taken. Now, wow, look at that. Literally. I was trying to do quick math. What is that? Just under a fourth of the times have been picked by Barca this stage, and for good reason.
Yeah, 28% win rate speaks volume, but we already mentioned it. Barca on an upwards trajectory towards the second half of the split, and I think most of their losses on Haven stem from that first half, right? And were OT.
They're like double digits or OT, I can assure you.
So, like, this is a little bit of a fake data, because Barca seems to be a much better Haven team compared to what the data would suggest. Especially after the look they showed us against Gentlemates towards the end of the split. And I think, you know, wins doesn't always account for how good you are on a map. In the end, if the eye test suggests something very, very different.
Well, again, already a closer game than what we saw over on Lotus. But again, we want them to control that lead, command it, whereas head to Breeze. And Something that Gentlemates did, and G2 look like they are as well, leveraging, is taking the C space once contact is made elsewhere on the map. Once they heard Miori scaling down A short. Now the op can easily get a kill, get out. That likely will force them back towards the A stack.
Double swing this one, Leida does! That's a great straight! Over from the side of Barca. But G2 knows what's up. G2 knows where Barca is heading. The Spanish team needs to be fast. That cage stops them in their tracks. Another paranoia comes through, but Miori gets Amy on the locks. Shuts her down. Vanya in the backside needs two at least. But does not get those. Miori, another double from the backside. Mimi in an impossible clutch. On a huge swing round. Look at the money G2 is having. If Mimi loses this 1v3, we'll be back onto pistols. Shot scaling towards Garage. Nobody is looking at her. Miori goes down at first. Two flashes still available.
You know, she gets one, the run it back, comes back.
Oh, this one's dangerous, but Leida closes it in the end. Barca, they're not giving themselves up. They are playing with fire in their hearts. And it shows once more the fast-paced play over to the seaside once Akita goes down.
We mentioned it. We need to see these trades be more clean on the Barca side, and that's exactly what happens. And I love this double backside challenge because we mentioned the highest success rate for Barca on Haven is from these methodical C execs, but we expected Vanya, we expected Amy as anchors to completely thwart it, and there we saw them supersede both players in different moments. And that flick from Yori into the Viper's orb in CT was brutal. So G2, move up the util a little bit. You need to equip Amy to handle this, or need to get ahead of these C execs like they're doing on the Eco.
Yeah, Nakita in middle, falls down, gets flashed, gets revealed. Problems on the overdrive. G2 is struggling to hold consistency in those rounds. Backside pressure established by Miori. Vanya spotted. Has a sheriff in hand. A dangerous sight. Over in that garage area. Amy behind them already, but Devilessa deals with that. The equalizer in the hands of Barca. Just two players in their way.
Away from a flawless at that. Looks like it could even be a die to the spike angle. In this moment, you can I think you can die from it in the sewers here if you duck in that corner. We'll have to see. But this is smart. You don't want to get that overdrive from Yori back online fast, or the Hunter's Fury, which is basically a surefire post-plant tool for Barca.
Yori is looking for more. Tries to find Vanya. Gets a headshot in return. Not very nice surprise by the G2 element player, and in the end, both of which will go down to the spike. Vanya and Eva. It's a 4 versus 4. G2 goes in. They can't convert that momentum into more rounds.
There's a reason why this is Mimi's least favorite map to play on for G2. Again, they have difficulties making it dominant like we saw over on Lotus. Again, it's just too kind of surface level for the reads. Even this round, they're going back to basics. A very hefty A-side fight forced them towards the Amy anchor. A site that they've had pretty fluid retake efforts on. We'll have to run it back to leverage too.
Scanning ahead. Yeah, which is again a great retake tool. As we already mentioned, that's G2's biggest strength. Barca needs to look out for that. Lockdown immediately thrown into play. A little bit of damage through the spam.
That's the big difference.
Can't spam the lockdown.
No solo ult. You can't counter the lockdown in this composition either.
That's correct.
So they had to play full retake here, Akamas, but they're okay with that double scale on the flank. Paranoid already expended without punishment. This is gonna frame them really well for the run it back, and that's where the Viper's Pit comes in.
Huge investment in that round for Barcelona, and they're stopping the track in the backside. Toki, a shot onto Mimi as well. Has to run it back into the ultimate. Leida still holds that angle. One of the Fury. Akita spotted, that's a great bait, but Akita finds the kill, no trades in sight. Miori, too late on the trigger. G2 might have just found a way back in. Vanya is a player that can always count on. Bot has been destroyed. Devilessa holding from Garage. Needs to scale back. They need to fight the Viper. Toki falls down as well. G2, they have done it. They took that side back. Will they defuse the spike in the end as well? Under a second again.
How does the round fall apart so quickly, though, for Barca? Again, they had good delay. They had great reposition time, not giving the fights over to G2 Goes, and they just make it look so fluid. After they have no info, they're contacting up. I mean, that is incredible to see.
This madness.
Like, you're jumping into a Viper spin with a Caustic out and finding a kill. And Akita, in the meantime, in the back lines, is finding a 3-piece from Long. So, again, it felt like everything was going Barca's way, and somehow G2 Goes and still walk around with a round win. And Amy, gotta be careful. Can't go for your speedy placement, but can play off the kill trip. Barca say, nope, we shouldn't have lost that last round. We're running it back.
Running back to the seaside. Fiori crosses the trip, but Amy gets a kill anyways. The backside on his raid, but Toki's port. Impactful at that. The spike has been dropped. Toki on an aggressive play. Throws away.
Now what do you do?
Easy way into the site. Great shot darts. Vanya goes down. Even more space for Barca. Akita trades. Akita gets the second. The backside hold for G2. As what prevails in that round. A free K for Akita. Slowly but surely heating up into this one.
We mentioned it. What was going to be the biggest enemy on this attack side for Barca? Those seaside anchors. Amy does great. Buys enough time for the reflood in, and both. I mean, you say everybody were basically on that G2 team aside from Mimi was there and found their own on the anchor positions. Even Vanya before getting shock dart Lambo. So all in all, Toki tried to break the line, but again unsupported. It leads to immediate trades. G2 are clean. A well-oiled machine in that regard. And Akita, whew, she's looking crisper right now on Haven as well. You talked about the inconsistency factor and where she would fall. Looking on the right side of the spectrum for now. Looking to find a lead this defensive path as well. Another 8-4 here, perhaps Akamas, if the Seiko doesn't go Barca's way. That's half buy, we can call it.
They just have the Vandal on Nevalessa. Everything else just...
Oh, that's how you know Kita's feeling confident in Akamas, is when she goes solo scaling down B main.
And they have not spotted her.
Nope.
They did not spot her.
No KJ
this
util
one's
either.
Dangerous. The KJ util still stuck there in middle, and this one's a dangerous play for both sides. Once Barca makes any noise in mid, Akita can just turn around and get all the kills. There's the first one. And immediately gets out of there. That's the discipline I want to see from a duelist player.
I love it. Knew that she wouldn't survive. Know that they like to scale a Viper down in main. There was no winning that other than to recover, to retreat off of the Fasten with the exact kill they came for. No more back covered. They can play a multi-pronged retake on this C space if they want.
Great camp. Also coming in the frame, but Miori opens things up.
30 seconds left.
Gets Barca back into a position where they can realistically win that round.
Oh, they're gonna knife on them for the retake though. Where do you invest it?
You have to invest it on the side. The Brawler does not spot any. That's the power position they were looking for. Ever spots the players in the backside. That's a great molly. What a setup play here on the side of G2. Vanya trades herself in as well. Just any. Vandal in hand. Rotated over. In the backside already, but Vanya can just stick that defuse. Does not stand in the Viper's fight. 7-4 G2. Secure the halftime lead already.
Last round in the half.
And just like that, again, rounds that have nice stabilization efforts from Barca, but cannot get closed out. Yeah, Nikita finds the opener. They still find their way onto that C site. But ultimately, it was the reflood off the Nightfall, this Molly combination. The paranoia scaling, the high-low there even, between Akita and Vanya. It feels like every single fight on these seaside retakes is going traded for G2 goes in. And that's what's making them really difficult to handle. It's like, this is a team that does not look like Haven is their worst map. I mean, look at this. So developed the trap, even now countering the Viper A-side lurk. And now you have to rally the troops to try and get Annie out of this uncomfortable position.
But did you spot that their C's has hit something? That's a big question for me. Power position for Mimi. But Barca already made that mistake, did not check a corner, and got shut down here on A-Long. Mimi peeks a little bit too early. Miori the one finding the kill, finding another entry, has a great map. After a little bit of a shaky Lotus, her Haven looks much better. The slide into the backside still survives. Vanya gets a late trade, but they're still finding their way, brute forcing the A side. That's not the call for Barca. G2 is shutting down everything right now. Nevertheless, Barca falls into sewers as well. Another halftime lead. A deja vu from that first map. Also,
There's no
Haven
one
is
left
going
for
8 and 4.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. I know exactly where you are.
Barca have brought rounds a lot closer this half, but to no avail. The same scoreline as Lotus prevails. G2 up 8-4, and are looking like they're tracking towards eliminating Barca in their first playoffs appearance as an org. And Akamas attack was their stronger half. Now on the defense, where again, it was super one-sided on Lotus. Don't know what we're in for here.
It seems like magic what G2 is pulling off in some of those rounds. Jumping into Viper splits, right-clicking players left and right. This one has been sort of a miracle run for G2 in that first half. Barca, they were stacking the B side. Devalessa, the one you are hoping to get frags. That's great paranoia. Assessing where the G2 players are. Devalessa gets an entry. But this one is much too hard for handle. Eva gets the second one at that. Akita frags in there as well. Annie. The front side has yet to be cleared, but the triple kill of Eva sends G2 into a comfortable position. That's a great shock dart. 2 versus 1 for Lida. Vanya's low.
They split up.
Needs to find the headshot into Eva.
One enemy
Very
remaining.
easy try, so late, Lida.
Spike down. C.
All of a sudden, there's a frag. There's a chance for Barca to get back into this one. It looked promising for G2, but Lida is free. A Red Bull clutch to keep Barca's hopes and dreams alive.
Nasty ghost kills from Lida. And again, she's that other player alongside Devalasa that's usually at the top of the scoreboard in the victories the Barca Esports have been able to find. And this round really came down to who made a bigger mistake, right? Devalasa finds a great opener against Mimi and then just swings solo through the toxic screen unneeded. And there it's like, okay, you see the shot that come from CT. Vanya, yes, is low HP, but decides instead to split off and leave Eva without a spike plant on the site. It's just question marks left, right, and center that have let Barca have a way back in.
Turn out.
And that spam through smoke does not find anything, but Toki has an entry. That upwards position combined with the smoke brings her back, but those are 3 players looking into the seaside.
They're gonna leave Eva deposited. They're leaving. I don't know how I feel about Amy sticking around too, and that's where the late call comes as well to regroup here.
And it might be a B-side execute straightforward for G2. Akita does not find anything. Lida faster on the trigger. Eva's position called out by Annie. Great awareness across the board from the Barca players. Miori already behind Vanya. It's just on the shoulders of Amy. She falls as well. A team ace for Barca. 4 players surviving. Only Toki, who had a pistol in hand, dies down. So this one will be a absolutely sufficient bonus round for Barca.
100%. And while Barca had that opening on the B side that G2 tried to exploit. I still just liked how Akita's going in here alone, right? Couple with a little T-plea from Vanya or something. You get a Bulldog in the hero rifle round. And things can go very differently, but it felt like after the opening engagement down C long, every other fight was 1vx for G2. And on those ecos, that's not going to get Thrifties to pay the bills. So G2 now with weapons in hand, and Barca taking the heat up a little bit to try and leverage this eco.
Vanya! Yeah, but Vanya immediately shuts down the play that Barca were aiming for. G2, pace change, fast onto the B spot, trying to push away Devalessa. Miori was the one with the handle in hand. So it gets shut down. Devalessa has the timing here, maybe. Goes through the smokes, gets Akita. That's the opening they were looking for, but Mimi still stuck in the backside. Trades back and forth. But this one goes the way of G2 up until now. Devalessa, a white swing, does not catch Amy off guard, and Toki dies last. 9 and 6. Barca secured pistol and follow-up, but now are the important rounds.
Now that we're into the rifle rounds, we begin to see the G2 go some post plants and what makes them so dominant. Again, some of the issues there on that default eco where we're like, okay, they're taking ones across the map are non-existent in the post. It's tag team, Vanya off, Eva on. And that's how they get these kills, and we're starting to see why they don't even need the reliance upon that Sova util either. It's just setup after setup, perfectly chain linked into reaction favoring the round. And while again that was a bonus for Barca, the op is now online. If they can't figure out a way to disrupt these posts, it's gonna be a very different ball game.
Yeah, a very different one on the op, but Amy finds that exact moment. Immediately the Nightfall has been taken into account. Akita finds one to light us right. Toki from the backside. A double for her. Holding Barca into the game. Keeping their dreams alive. Smokes are down. This one might be a little bit of a problem. It's only up close and personal. Devalessa has the timing. Devalessa has two. Barca is thriving on those defensive rounds.
That's why the snakebite came out. They knew they wanted to push into spawn. Stalls it out, allows Devalessa to play her timing, play the win condition. And again, Devalassa's great at reeling herself in, not overheating once she gets the impact kill she needs. And that's what she's playing. Ring around the rosy, timing on the one way to regroup, ideally in backside with Annie.
I'm out of here.
But Akita found the timing. Found the momentum to go over towards the seaside. Plant a spike at least. 1 versus 2, a clutch required. Rookie of the year in 2025 needs to be the one who's clutch for G2 Gozen.
Spike planted.
Utility recalled by Devalessa. 2 players scaling up from the spawn. Devalessa is low.
Akita still has walls, still has stun. Lots of resources to navigate this 1v2.
Needs to have a wide swing here. Wall goes down, gets the first. It's a 1 versus 1. Spike has not been halved. Barca in a lot of trouble. Akita has it. The Red Bull clutch to get G2 onto double digits. The youngster, the big talent of G2 Gozen. In a moment where they need her most. She's there for the team.
And the way she plays the 1v2 in hard mode as well, not leveraging any of that util either. No relabel geometry into stun for the 1v1, just dry swings. And a momentum killer like that, a clutch of that nature after a brilliant Devalessa 2-piece is what draws out the Barca timeout. And we mentioned it, Akita was going to be the big difference maker for G2 Gozen in this series. And we can already see, I think she's working on that that conversion factor that you were talking about, Akamask, and having that true-to-life impact in the server.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's like Akita stepping up in all of those rounds in the important and crucial moments, and that might just be the round that breaks Barca. You had a 1 versus 2 advantage, all the cards on your side, all the momentum going for you. If you win that round, you might just come back. You're at 9 and 7. But right now, huge problems. G2 are setting up a snowball. There's no overdrive for Akita. They can play the outlaw.
Definitely an eco killer, and already difficult to navigate Haven defense. I like them leveraging a C fight here, perhaps a C scale from Yori, so they can get numbers towards this A space. And the KJ turret allows for that with larger radius, but didn't expect the trap of the Hunter Siri off the rip for the eco, and Vania seemed ready for it.
We had goes absolutely nowhere at this point. Vanya was ready, ported up on the box. And it's Eva scaling up towards the A side. Who gets the entry? Spots the first player.
Here.
Probably heard something of the killjoy utility. The bot is very, very deep in that sewers area. Miori spots the wire. It's a little bit of a slower default for G2.
This is them ending C, it feels like. I'm expecting a Prowler and we to clear out this close left, set up the duelist. We want the orb here in all ideality.
Flash. And they will flash into this one. Or they maybe won't! Might be a little bit of a problem, but Miori not steady enough on the bandit. They give the ult up over to the IGL. Which means the run it back is ready from the backside. No impact for Lider. Ultimate went into Vayne. A run it back ready. Vanya has it from the shadows as well. A good setup for G2 to snowball that half even more. And realistically, Barca can't give up more ultimate points. Should execute themselves on the spike. But Devalessa still tries it. Wants that lockdown for the next round. Dice onto the hands of Akita. And with Toki in a 1 versus 5 for position known, this one is undoable. Flawless round for G2.
Again, now they're handling the pressure points early on from Barca and leveraging them into an end goal strategy. And I like how they leveraged like strength in numbers instead of util there, right? No Prowler, just literally contacting up into Miori. That saves so much for this post, like you mentioned, if things went sideways. And that's where, again, I feel like Barcelona are starting they're starting to break down a little bit, right? In that regard. We're seeing, again, Lida solo anchoring the C site, and that doesn't work. And you have to have a bit more congruency together. So, all in all, Bai is back. The last effort, really, for Barca, it feels like. Operator, Miori.
This one's do or die, but Mimi clears her out. Only loses to run it back on the way out. Devalessa has a great shot. Just gets the Phoenix. Akita, they are just overrunning that C-site. Using the tactics of Barca up against them. Amy is a great bait for the overdrive. Just overrunning that last player remaining on C. And he goes down. And as the end of that half approaches, G2 gets more and more safe. More and more steady in what they're doing.
Be a good time for a Toki moment, but even that gets snuffed out by a 1-2 swing. They can't even get themselves started here. Map point in the knockouts for G2 goes in. 1 round away from ending Barca's run early here. And with the 4 rounds of momentum they have in tow behind them, and that win being disruptive to the economy for Barca, they really only have Devalessa and this lockdown to rely upon.
Last player standing.
Something. Over to the hands of Barca. It's improvement from that last matchup, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a 13-4, 13-4. You have 2 ultimates in your hand, one of which is a lockdown. A good shock dart, but short-handed in the weapon department. The best outlook for Barca right now.
Okay.
They leave C
Stack
open.
is in the correct spot. Lockdown as well off-site for the C side. Off-turret contact ideally. Worried about the fragility of this B gap, but
cage triggered.
it's your eyes on it. Now drawing on A fight here off that turret contact is worrying. G2 are trained. Oh, they were eyes on this mark.
And Toki. That's an impact entry onto Eva. Oma revealed utility, but that C side left open. They want to play it for the lockdown. They want to prepare Devalessa in that position, but G2 has taken full control over that side already and planted for a spot that's able to be contested from long. Kita might have a timing here. Already on the lockdown, they're not defending it! It's gonna be destroyed, Danny! Trades late into Amy. A 3 versus 5, G2 needs a miracle to make this one happen. Needs a miracle to bring this one back, but Devalessa falls on the trigger. stops G2 in their tracks. Mimi on a great flash, but Toki shoots back harder. Too far, Akita doesn't get a third. That 3k belongs to Toki. Barca is not dead yet. 12 and 7. They're still alive and breathing.
Very, very well seemed. They kind of baited and traded that Killjoy ultimate. The A fight as well gets unpunished by G2. They found the millisecond of timing there as that late round pivot comes through for G2. And Nikita definitely tried. I was about to say we might see a crazy clutch on our hands, but all in all, a huge round one. They shut down the streak for G2. They get the money flowing just a little bit here. Have enough to get full shields across the board. They need more, right? No more time to be like, okay, we can shut down and not have a buy for G2 to make Herba lose. It is, you're playing for your life, and that opening is not how you want your life to get cut short.
That's not the momentum that you were building up to. Barca, 3 players scaled up towards middle. But they have to move backwards already. A-spot left open. That lockdown used on that last round.
Ready for the walk down this time.
They were ready, but they were shut down already. And he only gets 1 in. 2 was 4. Devilessa, dead as well. Your upwards trajectory. It's just a trend, and trends end at some point. G2 ready to call a quits onto the pride of Catalonia. And her last moments, Annie has to defend her home soil against G2 Gozen. Dodges that ultimate. A last Hail Mary needed from the Barcelona Viper player. Has been tracked. They know where she is, and Akita says it's gonna end here. G2 Gozen are ready for a matchup against SK Gaming Nebula, destroying Barca onto their own map pick as well.
Barca first playoffs performance get cut short in the knockout round. I mean, this round, this map, it was just crazy to witness how a lot of the set plays that you worked against teams like Gentlemates were even getting shut down. It's not what you wanted to see on one of their stronger maps, more repped maps. On a map they've taken off a team that is 9-0 coming out of the group stage, but all in all, I think that is where we see G2 and their ability to again navigate these tricky situations, these teams shine through.
Yeah, and that's the playoff experience that's coming through. They are thriving in situations like this. G2, just a team built different in situations like this.
Absolutely, and we can take a look back as well at that map and all the twists and turns. Again, the second round 30 made me think that we were gonna have a game on our hands, Akamask, and honestly, it was just anchors doing their jobs, the effective space taking its jobs, and there just wasn't enough momentum again by halftime for Barca to solidify themselves on this map.
Yeah, and G2 pulled some magical rounds, like that stick by Vanya, a round that you're probably able to win. Like that 1 versus 2 from Lida, also a little bit of magic in the air, but in the end, it's just G2 Gozen prevailing, jumping into Viper's pits on the right click. Cam's falling off as well, it seems, but yeah. In the end, it's a G2 that's just a tad bit stronger.
I'm back, gang. Hello. Amazing cast, obviously lovely to listen to. Unfortunately, Barca have now been eliminated, which feels sad. You kind of summed it up quite nicely, Aka, about the fact that it felt like they were almost on this upwards trajectory and then just fell short towards the end there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, every trend has to end, and G2 was just a showstopper in their way, right? They were one of the best teams going into the playoffs already, and it would be a far stretch for Barca to win this one, right? They need the experience of a playoff run like this. They need the experience to be in a playoff game, and G2 showed them why they are the more experienced team in the end.
Yeah, for sure. And from your perspective, Zobi, I know that we had kind of said coming into this matchup that we maybe needed to see Akita step up, especially those entries. We got to see her close out that attack with the operator in hand. We saw her playing a bit of operator on the defense. Do you think that she was able to kind of step up in that moment today?
I think funny enough, we didn't actually see her too much on the entry role aside from like a Lotus defense, if anything. I think it was more in these tricky situations where again she was reflooding when she was reacting, right? That she was stronger. And I think I want to dive into the stats before I see her next to see if she truly is a defensive duelist, because I feel like those are a rare breed nowadays. I'm not gonna lie. The ones that like have a really fun time there and navigating these tricky situations over being that primary entry. And I think that then would lend G2 to maybe leaning into double duelist a bit more in the next meta. Again, when you're going to get rid of, say, the Neon prevalence, right? We've seen the sparks of Mimi on the Phoenix. Maybe we're going to see like a Jet Neon. Give me a Mimi Neon debut. Or sorry, like a Waylay debut. Something, right? Could be spicy to see.
I'm glad you mentioned that because we actually have Mimi standing by waiting for an interview, and I want to get into all of those different things as well that you've kind of just mentioned. Hello Mimi, can you hear me all good?
Yes.
Hello, congratulations on the win. Now, I want to dive right into the whole duelist arc that you're finding yourselves on. We loved the Mimi Yoru era, and now we're getting to see Phoenix on Haven again. How are you enjoying being back on that Flash duelist?
Honestly, it's just more fun to be more involved, and I think that's where we play the best generally. So I'm not really a duelist like any other duelist typically, like you put one of their star players. I'm just more of the human drone, and then sometimes I'm popping off, sometimes I'm just a drone. And it works for the team because I can really be there with everyone, so I'm happy about that.
I think you're selling yourself a bit too short there, Mimi. I mean, we've seen Yampi on Vitality kind of yoink the Yoru IGL arc, and we think back to their journey and kickoff. So I think you're selling yourself far too short. I also want to touch on Eva moving away from the Sova and onto a Fade on Haven. For me, it feels like Sova is almost a must pick on Haven, but then we also got to see some cool little micro plays with the Fade and the Phoenix happening throughout that. So I'd love to know the kind of reasoning for moving to that, and if it was because it synergizes so well with the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's really more to help her for this like AGL that she basically is in as an initiator. And also when there is a lot of these Viper comps, it can be really difficult to just control A as a solo initiator these days. So it's mainly for the defense, and obviously it's a bit more tricky on the attack because you don't have the shock darts to like clear out the Cypher wires, but it's just something that you have to accept and work around. And I think that we're finding a way to work around it. Now you guys haven't seen when we played against the Cypher, but you shall see.
Okay, I'm very much looking forward to that. I also want to ask you about the meta and how that's kind of been developing, and if you're finding that difficult to IGL in at the moment, because we've seen some comp changes from you guys, especially on the Haven where you were running a more kind of traditional double sentinel setup, which I guess I would expect from a team such as yours, and now leaning into that double duelist. So yeah, how's the meta been in terms of IGLing in that?
I mean, in practice, it's been really good, but there's obviously a big difference from practicing and from actually playing a game. And that's where we're kind of like feeling things are not really working out if I'm like on the lurking role. And if so, just tweaking the way that I'm calling to make sure that it fits really. But honestly, I'm just so happy that we're away from this Euro very boring meta that we had. So I'm enjoying it. I think it's fun also as a flex player to play a little bit of everything and not just being stuck on one agent.
For sure. How are you finding kind of balancing the tempo in this meta as well? Because I feel like we saw quite a lot of fast and kind of sight hit rounds coming out from Barca. Are you struggling to adapt to those?
No, I don't think we're struggling. I think that sometimes there's just so many ideas at the same time, and we're trying to like listen to everything and like, oh, this is a good idea or this is a good idea, and then sometimes we're just getting a little, it's a little too much. So I think it's just about finding a balance in like who actually has to read and what should we actually do.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, you obviously play SK tomorrow as well, and I feel like they were kind of one of the underrated teams. Are you surprised by the group performance that they had?
Not at all. Honestly, I was just more surprised by the split 1 performance from them. I've always put them as a high contender in this league, and I think that it's well deserved from them. I think all of them are really good players, and they have like just a really good team. So I'm not surprised at all. I'm very excited to play them. I love playing Rescue. She's my little kid, and it's gonna be fun regardless of the result.
Amazing. Well, I'm gonna let you go, Mimi, because of course you have prep for that match again tomorrow. But congratulations again on the win today, and I can't wait to see you potentially progress throughout these playoffs.
Thank you.
It's always so great to speak with Mimi, I feel. She's always the perfect person to kind of like touch on the meta and things like that, like just to be able to tap into that brain.
Always the GOAT. We have to talk about the Barca jersey in the background, but always the GOAT, you know?
Hey, we said it in the pre-show. She loves the way she loves the players, and she got a little bit closer of a matchup this time around, which is great. But I'm glad to hear that they did okay handling the aggression that Barca brought, because if Barca on average reported themselves as like a 7, I feel like we're definitely going to see as Canadian be like that 8 and the 9, because they have the firepower between Fluxy and between Rescue. It'll be a fun one for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Let's actually have a look at the bracket, because of course we are going to be back again tomorrow with more playoffs games. And of course we have to say goodbye to 2 of them that we saw play today, Twisted Minds Orchid and Barca Esports. They will of course be joining us again when we think ahead of stage 3 by being able to make it to the playoffs this time around. But I just want to hear from you both. Zobi, starting with you, how do you think these playoffs are kind of shaping up so far?
Ooh, I think both the results today were predictable. There was a world where Twisted, I think, came in with a lot of firepower and upset Ginex, because Ginex does have those off days they've consistently quoted throughout their losses in the group stage. But I'm just so excited that I get to be one of the casters for tomorrow's General Mates Ginex match, because that is one that I don't think anyone's going to be able to call. Again, it was OT double digits and then GX just losing steam towards the end of like a map 3. And I do think that's one matchup that they are going to be coming into with tenacity.
And for you, Aka?
I kind of want to make a hot take here. I think that Giant X will look much better in that Gentlemates matchup than we expect. Like, I think the evolution and the overall trajectory of Giant X, I mean, I talk a lot about trajectories today, but you know, it's sort of the story of that year with most teams sticking together. And I think Giant X is on a great path to maybe challenge Gentlemates into a very, very close series at least. And I'm a big believer in what Giant X is cooking up right now. I think the other game will be much closer when it comes to expectations, but still, 2 good series tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's maybe not a hot take though, Aka, because we did actually have Echo say earlier that they think that Giant X might be able to go on a run all the way to the grand finals. So have we been underrating Giant X and now we're just putting so much stocks in them? Like, is that what's happening this stage?
No, Echo is just an old FMCL believer, so, you know, that's just a little bit of something else.
I mean, when they worked alongside them, you know, I feel like it makes sense for that bias to be there. I mean, I also want GX to break the 3rd place curse, because obviously making it to the grand finals automatically gets them 2nd place, but I mean, how to be the first team to defeat this streak that Gentlemates is on would be a feat in its own right, but regardless of who they face in those upper finals, SK or G2.
For sure. Well, thank you so much for joining me today, guys. It's been an absolutely banger opening game. And thank you so much as well for watching. It's been great to be able to spend the day with you all. But we are going to leave it there. And please enjoy the Razor end of day highlights.
lock for me fresh sneakers straight to the snapback. Pretty girl them smell make alone get weak, wanna give me loose chat. Any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Come me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. Yeah, hear that? Because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, killing it. Money on my mind, all I hear is ching, ching, ching. Some boy can't afford one chicken wing. Roll with top class, gal, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words we sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day looking fresh, would I swear that the thing is a strategy. But it's just my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it.
बोलियो भाई।
हाँ मेरे को पता था, ये सेव करके रखा था ना मेरे लिए। पुकी वैंडल्स चलो।
सही है यार। हाँ ये फ्रेंड लिस्ट में नहीं थी तभी तो बोलो आईडी क्यों नहीं आ रही।
अरे वही, अरे मेरे पे बहुत आईडीज है। एक और आईडी है जो जिसके बारे में तुमको पता ही नहीं है।
अच्छा।
किसी को नहीं पता। सबको लगता है क्रीनिस भाई का अकाउंट है, बट नहीं। अरे हाँ उसमें बहुत स्किन्स है।
इसमें कौन सी स्किन है? वेंडा चैंपियन
क्या
ना?
चाहिए? इसमें अपना चैंपियन 2025 वाला है, पुकी
हाँ
वैंडल है, एवोडिया है, क्या बोलते हैं, कुरुनामी है,
कुरोनामी लगाओ
रेडिएंट हीरो है।
कुरोनामी। ब्लू
कुरुनामी
ब्लू
ओके।
कलर ब्लू कलर।
ब्लू वाला नहीं है। अच्छा वाइट है।
पार्टी लगा लो। चलो
ब्लैक लगा तो, आई लव ब्लैक।
चलो वो भी चलो।
और फैंटम में ओरा लगा रहा हूँ, ओरा।
हाँ और मेरी आईडी।
और कुछ भी नहीं है, बस बस फैंटम और वैंडल ही दो थे। ओडिन लगा रहा हूँ भाई, ओडिन ओडिन का प्राइम लगाऊंगा। मैं सो के उठा जस्ट।
अच्छा नहीं सुबह किया, सुबह नए नए कैरेक्टर्स ट्राई कर रहा था। चैम्बर, क्या नाम है, ब्रीच, ओमैन, ये सब
कौन
खेल
सा
रहा
पसंद आया?
था। मैचेस तो साइफर और चैम्बर में अच्छे गए, करियर देख लो।
हाँ सेंटी ओके। वेटा मैं तो सभी थोड़ा टाइम दे दो, मैं जल्दी स्ट्रीम सेटअप कर लूँ।
ओके।
जल्दी से। आप स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो क्या अभी?
मेरा तो 10 बजे से चालू है, कब से मैं खेल रहा हूँ।
अरे भयंकर।
कितने घंटे हो गए स्ट्रीम पे? हाँ 3 घंटा 45 मिनट हो गए। ये बीच में VCT देखने बैठ गया। फिर अभी खाना खाया था अभी। गर्ल्स लोग का चल रहा है ना पेरिस फ्रांस में।
मैं तो कुछ नहीं देखूंगा भाई, अभी तो बॉयज़ का फाइनल सीजन आ गया, फाइनल एपिसोड है। देखा नहीं अभी तक जानबूझ के। क्या अकेले बैठ के मस्त देखूंगा 4 बजे रात के। उसके
सीखने
बाद
उन लोग के मैचेस से सीखने तो मिलता है कुछ ना कुछ।
अच्छा उनके मैचेस देख रहे हो क्या अभी? VCT के? नहीं अच्छी बात है, चलेगा।
थोड़ा आइडियाज़ मिलता है ना,
मैं
कैसे में कैसा खेलना है।
हाँ बट वो आइडियाज हमारे मैं नॉर्मल कॉम्पीज पे काम नहीं करते।
नहीं जैसे अगर आने वाले टाइम पे अगर बड़ी बड़ी लॉबी खेले हम लोग तो फिर काम आएगी।
हाँ ये सही बोला, बट मुझे पता नहीं क्यों फील होता है कि
ये कॉम्पी में नहीं है यूज होने वाला सब।
ये सब कॉम्पी में वो सब काम नहीं आता, क्योंकि यहाँ के लोग अलग ही खेलते रहते हैं अपना। एक सेकंड अरे बाली।
कल मेरा रियल आईडी की बैन हट जाएगी, उसमें रैंक पुश करूँगा। उसमें ड्यू पुश करेंगे हाँ। मेरे को उसका आईडी को थोड़ा हाई करना है यार, बहुत टक्की आईडी दिख रही है।
डुओ पुश?
हाँ
सिंगापुर लगाओ, घुस जाओ सोलो।
सिंगापुर में मेरे 76 पिन आ रहे हैं, आपके 67। ओ
मेरे वो 67 देखने के लिए है, 120 प्लस आता है।
अच्छा मेरा 90 चाहता हूँ सिंगापुर में।
मैंने जब इमॉर्टल पुश किया था मैं ओनली सिंगापुर खेला था, और मेरे को 3 साल लग गए सिंगापुर में इमॉर्टल जाने के लिए। और ये फैक्ट है एकदम। वहाँ का डायमंड लॉबी यहाँ का इमॉर्टल 3 लॉबी से ज़्यादा हार्ड है। हाँ सीरियसली, आपको रैंडमली भाई आपको लाइक कोई भी VCT प्लेयर मिल सकता है रैंडमली, क्योंकि सिंगापुर सर्वर वर्ल्ड सर्वर है बेसिकली।
अच्छा
वर्ल्ड के बंदे उधर ही खेलते हैं मोस्टली। एक थंबनेल चाहिए मस्त सा, नहीं मिल रहा। क्या थंबनेल बनाऊं अभी 2 मिनट के अंदर?
फोन बहुत हीट होता है यार, रेडमी K20 Pro।
K20 ओ भाई रहने दो, ऐसे ही होता है, मेरा भी होता है।
मस्त फ़ोन था लेकिन आने वाले टाइम पे
जब लॉन्च हुआ तो उस टाइम पे तो
वही
बेस्ट था ही, मैं तो मानता हूँ, बट प्राइस उस टाइम पे मेरे को ज़्यादा फील होता था उसके बाद।
हाँ लेकिन
ये ज़्यादा महंगा है
लॉन्च
भाई,
होने
इतना भी महंगा नहीं होना चाहिए था इसका।
लॉन्च होने के 1 हफ्ते बाद लिया था भाई ने। मजबूत उस टाइम मजबूत गेमिंग हुई थी इस पे, अब ये नहीं रहा, वो बात नहीं रही इस पे। बट कैमरा अभी भी है अच्छा तो है। मैं PC का स्क्रीन रिकॉर्ड कर रहा हूँ, हल्के भी वो नहीं आ रहे, क्या बोलते हैं, पिक्सल्स नहीं दिख रहे फटाफट, स्क्रीन रिकॉर्ड कर रहा हूँ। अभी तुम पे एक रील बनाऊंगा तो मैं कॉलअप करूँगा हाँ तुम्हारी इंस्टा रील से। रील निकाल लिए मैंने, अभी मैं एडिट करूँगा इसका। Where is my okay.
चलो यार अभी जो ये स्ट्रीम का अलग चक्कर होता है यार, थंबनेल बनाओ, ये करो, लौड़ा लहसुन भाई, सही में बहुत बीत के आता है। और ऊपर से व्यूज नहीं आया ना, और भी ज्यादा बुरा लगता है।
अरे मैंने 2 प्लेयर लाए हैं, अच्छे खेलते हैं।
कौन से रैंक पे?
वो गोल्ड पे, वो गोल्ड के प्लेयर है वो, और एक बंदा
Gold।
प्लेट का है।
चलेगा।
चलेगा ना?
चलेगा।
अच्छा खेलते हो लोग। मेरे साथ ना जब मैं स्टार्ट किया था ना खेलना, तो शाइन शाइन नाम का एक बंदा है, वो भी स्ट्रीमर है। तो वो बंदा भी खेल बोलता है ठीक है मैं खेल लूँगा, उसमें क्या। वो मतलब पबजी का स्पोर्ट एथलीट ले चुका है, लैंड टूर्नामेंट ये सब खेला है वो।
वो फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
एक्सपीरियंस
तुम कोई सा भी टूर्नामेंट खेल के फर्क नहीं पड़ता, तुम अभी जो खेल रहे हो उसको सही करोगे।
हाँ
जो तुम भाई तुम जीत क्या होगे ना पबजी, तब भी फायदा फर्क नहीं पड़ता हमें। कुछ हाँ क्या है भाई, तुम वैलो खेल रहे हैं, पबजी जीत का हमारा क्या फायदा।
हाँ पबजी अलग है, खेल अलग है।
हाँ पबजी टोटली अलग चीज है, मोबाइल तो अलग ही चीज है भाई।
हाँ
मैं
पहली
तो
बात तो
बिल्कुल नहीं
मोबाइल
देखता।
मोबाइल पीसी का फर्क पड़ गया।
हाँ या वही, कोई मोबाइल वाला बंदा को बोले ना खेल के दिखा, हाँ, चल के दिखा। हाँ, मतलब ये गेम चला के दिखा, उसके बाद खेलेंगे।
मैं भी यही करता हूँ फिर अपनी सोसाइटी में।
हाँ मैं ये गेम तेरे मोबाइल पे चला के दिखा चल।
मैं बोला भाई लो ग्राफिक पे चला के दिखा दे बीजीएमआई मान जाऊंगा पीसी। तो 90 एफएस की बात कर रहे हैं, यहाँ हजारों एफपीएस में खेलते हैं।
हजारों FPS बेकार ही
नहीं
होता है।
क्वालिटी, जैसा मेरा मैं फुल अल्ट्रा पे रखता हूँ ना, तो जीपीसी जब
हाँ।
खेलता हूँ फुल रियलिस्टिक फील होता है। आज आया था मेरा एक दोस्त घर पे, बोलता भाई इतना रियलिस्टिक ना तो।
मैं उसको बोला करो रियलिस्टिक नहीं है, ऐसा ही है, नहीं तो बोलते ये तो डिसेंट है, ये तो नॉर्मल है।
हाँ मेरे लिए तो नॉर्मल है, मेरे को कोई यूज नहीं लगता।
उसका ऐसे बोलने, ये तो नॉर्मल है भाई। तुम्हारा पबजी मोबाइल का बताओ कैसा है सीन।
नहीं वो फ्री फायर वाला था।
अच्छी है, दोस्ती तोड़ दो भाई,
कार्टून
दोस्ती तोड़ दो।
कार्टून के।
नहीं कार्टून नहीं बोलूंगा, गेम को, गेम अच्छा है।
बट लोग वहाँ के ना पूरी इंडस्ट्री खराब कर दी है जैसे।
नहीं उसमें अभी कुछ नहीं कर सकता ना, सारे हराम के पिल्ले।
सब यूट्यूबर से उनसे हराम ही ना, उस कम्युनिटी के कुछ कुछ अच्छे थे, लाइक स्काईलॉर्ड एंड और भी बहुत सारे थे, यहाँ से आए इसके सभी।
गॉड किधर है?
कोई अपडेट किया क्या अपने, क्या नाम है, फिलिक्स
नहीं
भाई?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, अब तक कुछ बताया नहीं अब तक। प्रोग्राम फाइल।
अच्छा फिलिक्स भाई वो सब बहुत बहुत टूर्नामेंट कराते हैं ना हर गेम के।
मोबाइल के हाँ।
देखा है मैंने, खाली भरा पड़ा है मोबाइल का, मेरा बाप रे भाई इतने टूर्नामेंट।
जस देखा तो मैंने भी है। मैंने तो उनको बोला यार करो यार 2-3 हज़ार हमारे को भी।
एक टीम बन जाए ना फिर हो जाएगा काम।
टीम बन जाए तब भी देखना बीटीज तो आएंगे।
नहीं अगर परफेक्ट बन गई तो बोल रहा मैं, ऐसे तो सबको देखना पड़ेगा कौन कैसा है। वरना ऐसे खिलाने के लिए तो बहुत प्लेयर है मेरे पास, बट मेरे को वैसे नहीं चाहिए ना।
मुझे देख लो ना, मेरा इतना मन है बट मैं खेल नहीं पा रहा हूँ, क्यों? क्या
काम
पता।
काम में
काम घंटा काम, क्या काम? काम है ही नहीं कुछ काम। झूठ क्यों बोल रहा, मैं काम ही नहीं है भाई, क्या काम करता हूँ? क्लासेस लेता हूँ हफ्ते में 2 दिन।
हफ्ते में 2 दिन कौन सी पढ़ाई कराते हो?
वेब डिजाइनिंग ना।
अच्छा वो भी 2 दिन, क्या पढ़ते बच्चे?
पढ़ना क्या है उसमें, तो तुमको सिखाते ना वेबसाइट कैसे बनाते हैं, कोडिंग कैसे करते हैं। और
सिर्फ 2 ही दिन?
बहुत है भाई 2 दिन, मुझे तो 1 दिन ही लगता है।
अच्छा
मैंने 3 दिन में, लाइक क्लासेस चालू हुए 3 दिन, 3 दिन बाद मैंने एक वेबसाइट सबमिट किया खुद से बना के। 3 दिन बाद ही, क्योंकि उतना कुछ हार्ड है नहीं, क्योंकि मेरे को फोटोशॉप आता है बहुत तेज। हाँ मैं फोटोशॉप में बहुत ही हूँ भाई।
मेरे को अभी उतना
मैंने
एडवांस
कर दिया
नहीं
बस।
आता। करता हूँ फोटोशॉप
मैं
पे मैं भी, बट थोड़ा मोड़ा।
अरे नहीं, मैं भी वाईटी देख देख के सीख गया था, अच्छी बात है, मेरे को बहुत फायदा होता है उससे।
ये तो बेनिफिट्स है हम लोग के, हम लोग आईटी।
जैसे कि 22 तारीख को मेरा प्रोजेक्ट सबमिट है। मैंने क्या है 18 को कंप्लीट करके रख दिया है।
ओह
चिल मार रहा हूँ, कल सबमिट है भाई।
वक्त से पहले काम।
यस।
मेरे भी ऑफिस से काम नहीं आ रहा तो मैं भी अभी चिल मार रहा हूँ। इसलिए दोपहर में सोलो प्रैक्टिस कर रहा हूँ न्यू न्यू एजेंट्स लेके, और रात में आपके साथ।
ओके।
अब वही अगर अभी काम देगी वो मैम तो फिर दोपहर में काम करूँगा, रात में प्रैक्टिस।
प्रेजेंटेशन बनाना होगा मुझे अभी।
हम्म।
कैसे बनाना है मेरे को नहीं पता। सर ने बोला था कि सिखाएंगे, मैं सिखाओ यार, नहीं सिखाया। 22 को, अभी कल 22 तारीख है, कल को सबमिट है, कल को ही प्रेजेंटेशन बनना सिखाऊंगा। ठीक है चलो।
मेरे को अभी ग्राफिक डिज़ाइनिंग का कोर्स करना है।
मैं जहाँ पे सीखता हूँ वहाँ पे सब लोग ग्राफिक डिज़ाइन ही करते हैं मोस्टली।
वो 3 एनिमेशन होता है, 3D एनिमेशन वो सब अच्छे से प्रॉपर करना है।
मैंने देखा है मोस्टली लोग वही करते हैं। पापॉय पापॉय पापॉय। मिनियंस क्या बोलते हैं? मिनियंस
मतलब
जस्ट ऐसे ही मिनियन डाले पिक विद क्या बनाना पापॉय। थैंक यू दीबो। लैंग्वेज है ना वो मिनियंस।
अच्छा ऑपरेटर स्किन है कैसी?
हाँ।
कौन सी है?
आयन
लगा दियो, मज़ा आएगा आयरन चलाने में, एकदम सॉफ्ट चलती है एकदम। और एक
बात तो सही है।
और एक 4 सेकंड हो गई जो मेरे आईडी में, वो भी मस्त चलती है। बाकी वो धम धुम वाली जितना तेज लाउड करती है ना, झटका देती है।
कौन सा?
बहुत सारी स्किन सब नाम याद नहीं। एक तो मालूम है ये सब सोलो खेलते होते थ्रोअर आते ना भाई, 3 मैच थ्रोअर आए और तीनों मैच हारा हूँ मैं। रेना वाले
नहीं बेसिकली ऐसा है कि लोग फ्रस्ट्रेट हो चुके हैं इस गेम से। अरे हाँ, ये गेम इतना ज़्यादा हाइप्ड अप है ना अभी के टाइम पे, लोग इसी लाइक फ्रस्ट्रेट हो जाते हैं इस गेम से, खेल नहीं पाते तो वो लोग उसका गुस्सा निकालते हैं। सच बताओ यार, मेरे को एक चीज़ लगा कि अभी के टाइम पे भाई इंडिया में एक ही पीसी गेम चल रहा है, वो वैलोरेंट है। उसी को भी डिफेम करने में लगे हुए हैं सब लोग कि भाई बेकार गेम है, टॉक्सिक गेम है, स्टोरी मोड खेल के देखो भाई, जन्नत है जन्नत। तो ना ठीक है भाई, पता है भाई, मैंने भी खेला है, मैंने जितने स्टोरी मोड्स खेले किसी नहीं खेले होंगे।
हर कोई एक ही लाइन में थोड़ी जाएगा तो क्या है मतलब, कुछ अलग करो।
वही
स्टोरी मोड कितने लोग खेलते, कितने यूट्यूबर फेमस हो गए इसकी जगह। अब जरूरी थोड़ी हम भी स्टोरी मोड बना के फेमस हो जाएंगे हर बार।
वही ना, एक्सपीरियंस के लिए खेलना होता है भाई। मैंने ऐसे ऐसे गेम खेल रहा, किसी को आइडिया भी नहीं है।
मैंने भी गॉड ऑफ वॉर खेला, फार क्राई
अब वो सब नहीं, मैंने वो खेला एक्सपीडिशन 33 खेला, बेस्ट गेम है।
और एक और
मेरे
क्या,
लाइफ का बेस्ट गेम है वो।
स्पाइडरमैन, ये सब भी खेल रहा हूँ।
मैं बताता हूँ, स्टोरी के लिए खेलना है ना, एक्सपीडिशन 33 खेलो, मेरे लाइफ का बेस्ट गेम था वो।
अच्छा, पेड गेम है क्या?
मेरे लाइफ का। क्या
पेड गेम है, खरीदना पड़ेगा ना?
हाँ, अरे क्रैक ले लो।
खरीदेंगे कभी फुर्सत में।
सीरियसली बेस्ट गेम है वो।
क्या होता है उसमें से?
कुछ नहीं,
मतलब कुछ होगा ना बेसिक, क्या करना रहता है उसमें, क्या है उसका स्टोरी, क्या है?
स्टोरी सिंपल भाई, बेस्ट स्टोरी लाइन। इससे बेस्ट स्टोरी अभी तक नहीं आई है। आपने आरडीआर खेला है?
ना, वो नहीं खेला।
आरडीआर 2 नहीं खेला ना, उसका अगर उसको खेलोगे तो उसके अंदर ट्विस्ट बहुत होते हैं।
अच्छा।
इसमें भी सेम ट्विस्ट पे ट्विस्ट। आपको एक टाइम के बाद समझ ही नहीं आएगा हो क्या रहा है। एंड उसके बाद जब सब सब डॉट कनेक्ट होंगे ना, और इसका एंडिंग, इसके बाद गुड एंडिंग बैड एंडिंग नहीं है, दोनों एंडिंग है, दोनों बैड एंडिंग है। बिग स्पॉइलर है भाई ये पूरे गेम का, इससे ज्यादा स्पॉइलर कुछ नहीं है। दोनों ही बैड एंडिंग है भाई। अगर तुम गेम को फुल्ली स्टोरी को समझ के खेलोगे ना, तो मैंने तो एंडिंग के पहले ही छोड़ दिया था गेम खेलना, मैं नहीं खेलूंगा। क्योंकि तुम्हें लास्ट में एक ऑप्शन मिलेगा, उसको भी तुम क्या चूज करोगे, उससे तुम्हारा मेंटालिटी शो होगा सबके सामने। इन रियल लाइफ मेंटालिटी, तुम क्या सोचते हो इंसानों को लेके। भाई बहुत बहुत गंदा है वो चीज़। मैंने दोनों एंडिंग ही देखे, दोनों बेकार है।
गेम खत्म कर दिया फिर भी?
हाँ वो तो खत्म है, उसी गेम ने मेरे चैनल को डेट किया था।
अच्छा।
उसी पर्टिकुलर गेम की वजह से मेरा चैनल डेट हुआ है, बट एक्सपीरियंस बहुत मस्त था। थंबनेल बनाना चाहता हूँ, है ही नहीं। तूने बॉयज देख लिया पूरा?
कौन सा?
बॉयज, द बॉयज।
द बॉयज नहीं तो।
आज उसका फाइनल एपिसोड आया 7 साल बाद।
हैं?
बहुत 7 साल लंबी जर्नी खत्म हो गई आज।
इतना लेट करते क्या ये?
नहीं नहीं, 7 साल, 5 सीजन है ना टोटल, 8 एपिसोड कर करके। देखना रह गया, देखूंगा बैठ के।
मैं आज मंगाया वो एलईडी लाइट, फिट फिट कर रहा है पूरा रूम में।
कैम यूज करोगे?
हाँ।
लेट्स गो, ये अच्छी बात है।
मेरा भाई बीजी सही
एक और
नहीं है,
चीज,
वो परफेक्ट फिक्स कर
एक और चीज,
दूंगा।
शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम मत करना कभी।
नहीं करता हूँ।
शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम सही में मत करना कभी, साला यूजलेस होता है, तुम्हारा मेन चैनल को भी खत्म कर देता है वो।
सबको लगता है कि भाई उस पर व्यू आ रहे तो सबको तब वो चढ़ जाती है यहाँ, बट उनका नुकसान नहीं जानते।
मैंने किया ना भाई, मेरे को समझ आया कि बेकार है।
नहीं, मेरे बहुत दोस्त लोग करते
नहीं, मैंने
हैं।
ओनली शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम नहीं किया, मैंने वो भी किया, साथ में हॉरिजॉन्टल कर रहा था, बट
हाँ,
शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम ये कर देता है।
मेरे दोस्त लोग बोलते हैं कि शॉर्ट्स किया कर, उस पर व्यू आते हैं, ऑडियंस आती है। मैं नहीं करना मेरे को।
शॉर्ट्स अपलोड किया करो नॉर्मली,
हाँ,
वो ठीक है।
शॉर्ट्स तो डेली अपलोड करते हैं। हाँ,
नॉर्मली शॉर्ट्स अपलोड करो, वो ज़्यादा बेटर होगा। साला एक थंबनेल नहीं बना पा रहा हूँ, वाह। दो मिनट दो रहा, सॉरी इतना लेट हो गया। भाई ये साले कैरी बिनाटी कुछ ज्यादा पबजी पीसी नहीं खेल रहा आजकल।
बहुत खेल रहा है।
उसको मजा आ रहा है भाई पबजी में, फिर से पबजी गेम ही ऐसा है भाई, जब भी खेलो मजा आता है। मैं भी जब भी खेलता हूँ मजा आता है।
मैं तो अकेला बैठ के 2 से 3 घंटे खेल लेता, पता नहीं चलता।
अरे वही ना, आराम से टाइम निकल जाए।
फुल चिल मार दे।
इंडिया डन डन, चलो। हेलो हेलो हेलो या
स्टार्ट हो गया था स्ट्रीम।
हाँ चालू कर दिया। ओए तुम तो आ भी गए, क्या बात कर रहे हो? थंबनेल नहीं मिला, ऐसी फोटो चिपका दिया।
ये फिर भी ठीक है।
चलो कुरुनामी लगा रखी है, कुरुनामी, और साथ में अपना ये लगाऊंगा।
और पेंटम देख
नहीं, नाइफ का। नाइफ पे कौन सा लगा समझ नहीं आ रहा। यो यो
बीसीडी वाली
यो,
अच्छी
मैं
है।
क्या। भाभी जी नमस्ते। बारे
भाभी
कम्मो। स्ट्रीम पाजी कैसे हो? देखते आज भी मैं ड्यूरिस्ट ही खेलूंगा थोड़ा सा। ड्यूरिस्ट खेले बहुत टाइम हो गया। लिमिटेड एडिशन चैंपियन है भाई, मैं लिमिटेड एडिशन वीसीटी का रैम्बिट यूज़ करूंगा आज। वीसीटी का रैम्बिट बेस्ट लगता है मुझे, बेस्ट। बढ़िया बढ़िया, लेट्स गो। लाइक कर देना है प्लीज़। लेट नाइट स्ट्रीम करो 1 बजे, 2 बजे सॉरी। प्लीज़ लाइक द स्ट्रीम, लाइक कर देना सब लोग। तू बता मेरा भाई एकदम माचू पड़ी है। इसके आगे नहीं बोल सकते, नहीं तो येलो डॉलर आ जाएगा फिर से मेरे वीडियो पे।
येलो वाला आ जाता है क्या?
ज़्यादा गाड़ी दोगे तो आपको स्ट्रीम पे येलो डॉलर आ जाता है।
सही है।
यस सही में।
तो बहुत गाली पीता हूँ।
यार मैं पूकी लगा रहा हूँ पहले मैच के लिए, मेरे को पूकी चाहिए।
लगा ली।
हाँ जी, पहले मैच के लिए पूकी लगा लेता हूँ अभी। और ऑरा हटा के ड्रूमिंग का लगाऊंगा।
ग्रीन वाली लगाना, हाँ ठीक है, सही है। चल
यस, ग्रीन ग्रीन ग्रीन। और आउटलॉ तो अपने पास एक ही है, ग्रीन वाला ये रहने देता है। चलो, और पाजी बताओ आप कैसे सीन हो? मैच मिलेगा आज या नहीं मिलेगा?
क्या मानो डेट नहीं।
2 बजे रात को मैच मिलता नहीं है वैसे। ऊपर से ये लॉबी में ना और भी नहीं मिलेगा।
और क्यू है ना अपन 5 स्टार का तो निकला था।
हाँ 5 स्टार को तो मिल जाता बट ये लॉबी में बहुत ही कम मिलता है, लोअर है ना बहुत ज़्यादा। भाजी क्या गेम खेल रहे हो या फिर काम कर रहे हो अभी गेम छोड़ के, क्या सीन है? वही बैटल पास का क्या सीन है अभी ये?
वो सालों कौन 4 लोग देख रहे होगे, सोना नहीं क्या तुम लोग को? रात के 2 बजे सो जाओ साथ में।
सोना नहीं क्या? सोना नहीं क्या तुम लोग?
मैं तो
सोना
ऐसे
नहीं क्या?
मैं तो ऐसे भगाता हूँ अपने स्ट्रीमर को तो व्यूअर्स को।
नहीं मैं भी ऐसे ही बोलता हूँ, लोटस लोटस लोटस लोटस।
नाइस मैन।
क्या खेलोगे ले लो।
क्या खेलूं उसमें? चैम्बर खेलूंगा। इसमें चैम्बर के मैचेस अच्छे जा रहे हैं।
मैं खेलूंगा जेटमैन।
नाइस। हाँ चलो सही है।
बहुत टाइम हो गया जेट खेले, बहुत टाइम हो गया। एक टाइम था मैं ओनली जेट इंस्टॉल करता था आते ही
मेरा भी यही था पहले।
मैंने ओनली इंस्टॉल किया है जेट, मैंने सेज इंस्टॉल किया है, मैंने साइफर भी इंस्टॉल किया एक टाइम पे। मैं छोड़ दिया अभी, कुछ भी खेल लेता हूँ। मेरे को आ रही है नींद बहुत तेज
है। अभी आए नहीं
हाँ
वाले
ना।
नींद आने लगी।
हाँ ना ये गेम ही ऐसा है, बोला ना आते ही नींद आने लगती। पढ़ाई हो चुकी है भाई ये गेम। यही पे पबजी खेलूंगा तो भाई फुल एक्साइटमेंट पे ऐस की आँख, क्या होगा क्या होगा, किल कितने मारूंगा। अबे पबजी में 2 किल भी मार लूँ ना भाई दिन खुश हो जाता है एकदम।
मैं सोच रहा पबजी पे वीडियोस बनाने।
नहीं यार पबजी कहाँ भाई, टिगल्टन के वीडियोस देखना एक बार। टिगल्टन माय गॉड बंदा क्या खेलता है। जेट केजे उनके पास 2 सेंटीज है, एक इनिशिएटर एक स्मोक। ओके अपने पास भी एक इनिशिएटर 2 ड्यू का क्या फ़ायदा, थे तो 3 ड्यू हो गए।
Don't worry, everything you need is already inside.
अरे इसमें तो ये
Plus,
नहीं है
we
ना
have
क्रॉसयर, फक।
तुम बनाओ।
अरे मैं ना क्रॉसर बनाता हूँ पता है, बट कोई ना कोई चेंज कर ही देता है मेरे क्रॉसर को।
Reloading.
अबे यार फिर से क्रॉसर ढूंढ।
बूस्ट कौन सी लगा है?
गाया है गाया।
हाँ देना।
Need a drop. Thanks. Reloading. Reloading.
That works.
एक सेकंड मेरा क्रॉसर पहन।
They found my trap. Smoke's up. Here's a heal.
Reloading.
साइड छोड़ के रखा था क्या मैंने?
Reloading. Here. Planted. Enemy kill. Reloading. Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Nice man.
Do it again.
साउंड बहुत कम आ रहा है इसका।
इसका
हाँ अभी ठीक है। ये वाला वर्ल्ड बैंक को हटा दिया सालों ने।
कौन वाला?
Here.
ये वाला।
ये वाला।
हाँ
Back each other up.
Mix bygones.
नहीं करना भाई।
Where are you? Enemy spotted A.
Sorry sorry
हाँ जो मैं बॉडी चलो बॉडी।
तीन यहाँ पे तीन यहाँ पे।
Bring them down.
Here.
Oh shot 55।
Here.
Hey
अबे
Last player standing.
मैं
Spike
टीपी मारा था
down
यार।
A.
अजीब सा खेलते हैं भाई ये लोग।
अच्छा भाई नीचे।
Their chamber is dangerous for me.
हाँ, but we should have won that round. Just had to buy guns.
वेंडल देना था अपने।
वैंडल।
Need a drop.
नहीं रुको। ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? सेव राउंड है, सेव कर लो।
करो।
सेव राउंड है।
Fight harder.
Three.
Bring them down. Bomb buddy out.
रेज अकेला चल गया।
Take hold. Reloading.
साला अंदर ही बैठा है।
Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
101.
नाइस। अब
Just
दे दो
let them try to
ऑपरेटर
catch me.
इनकी गुत्ती।
Need a drop.
रेस का ताक रहा है मेरे को यहाँ उठाया।
That works. No backing out.
I'll find you.
Smoke's ready.
Here.
Here.
Reloading. Enemy spotted A.
दोनों सेंटिनल है।
ये भाई
Reloading.
मैं कुछ समझा नहीं ये शॉट कैसे पड़ा मेरे को। बहुत
Spike
गंदा
down
भाई।
A.
रैंडम शॉट। नाइस।
Last player standing.
ऑफ सेव कर ले भाई, ऑफ सेव। अरे एंटी रे।
ऑफ लेके क्यों बैठा था ये?
अरे मेरी ऑफ उठाया वो।
They're going to scatter from
मेरे
my
को
spot.
रैंडम शॉट में मार
Super
दिया
easy
पता
to
नहीं
pick
कैसे।
off.
गन चाहिए क्या? सेव कर रहे हैं लोग।
ठीक है। बस
कुछ
नेक्स्ट
लाइक सपोर्टिव गन मांग लो, दे देता हूँ।
Does anyone have funds?
अरे कोच नहीं, कुछ अच्छा खासा।
क्या मांगू?
मार्शल ले लो, मार्शल।
अरे ये बात। चलो।
Don't go.
हेड हंटर है ना मेरे को।
Off and fair.
I
Remember.
have the spike. Reloading. Gun here.
ये कहाँ पहुँच गए तुम अकेले?
Make smoke on side by off and.
Enemy
अरे
spotted
आओ
A.
ना, क्या पीछे बैठे हो तुम लोग? ऑफ है बैठे। खाली साइड
Enemy spotted. Hey. Here's a heal.
Smoke stairs.
तोड़ क्यों दिया ये हील?
Smoke's resonating.
अबे खाली साइड। अरे ऑफ है करके कोई घुस ही नहीं रहा।
मिक्स मिल गया ना?
कनेक्ट किया जाए।
क्या बात
90 मिक्स 90।
दोनों on side,
Spike
दोनों on
down A.
I have the spike.
90 है मिक्स।
One enemy remaining.
लेफ्ट साइड।
What I need is spare parts.
ये में भाई ये का।
Jet.
वेला हूँ, अरे कोई नहीं, सेम यार।
Good call earlier,
and now this. You can't get away from me.
ये राउंड संभाल लो, मेरे को प्रोसेस चाहिए।
नाइस वन।
वो थोड़ा बोल के जाना है नेक्स्ट टीम।
A gift.
क्या हो गया?
नहीं मैं बस अपना क्रॉसेस सही कर लूँ।
वहाँ टीम पूरी साइड में घुस गई है।
चलो
Blocking sight.
One HP. Wait. One HP. Yeah, both sides.
One enemy remaining.
उठाओ सामने
Trust each other. That's all.
तू उनके पास 5 अल्ट्स है।
बाप रे बाप, गुत्ती फाड़ देंगे। कुछ कह रहे थे वो लोग गुत्ती फाड़ देंगे, तो ये बता रहा हूँ।
That works.
अब मैं मार बहुत।
By the now.
Teşekkürler. Thank you.
Chamber does thank you. Wait for my dog.
You want to play? Let's play.
अबे भाई हर बार नहीं।
3.
क्या हो गया?
जल्दी है। One shot. Just 3 B. Go ahead.
One side.
Go. No one on side. बाकी 3 B पे था।
Get healing.
बैकस्टेप आ सकते साले।
Smoke's resonating.
मेरा ट्रैप नहीं है, फीड दिख रहा है बट दो ही बच्चे।
One enemy remaining.
बैकस्टेप ये
अबे क्यों फीड किया?
Yeah.
Mix.
They don't get it.
मैं खाली हूँ यार, मैं कोई नहीं 5 जीत हो जाएगा।
That's a good spot. They are so dead.
Tear them down.
Spike ले ले।
I have the spike.
One front B.
Here.
Smoke this.
Smoke's up.
वाह 3 पे।
114 chamber.
Right where I thought.
One drop.
Listen to this.
Last player standing.
If anyone needs an energy boost out there, I've got you.
जब किले का सेटअप हुआ तो यहाँ पे तो नेट ही मार दूंगा मैं। एंट्री पे एक मॉली डालता है, वो तोड़ देना बस। बाकी इसी का एंट्री थी। एक बार ब्राउजर कर देना जस्ट इन केस चेंबर खेल रहा हूँ यहाँ पे।
Wait for my problem. One person plays B. Someone can try walking out.
Bring them down.
Close.
They're blind.
Break the molly.
Get 'em.
You should run.
Chill.
The what?
Oh, chill. We can go.
We'll go back.
Please, man.
Okay, or not.
17.
Off your feet!
Yo.
You lose. One enemy remaining.
Nice round.
इधर fine.
Spike planted.
ये सी पे था अरे मैं
पीछे
कैसे आ गया लास्ट टाइम सी पे था
इधर सी बाजू
Take aim.
वो बाकी उसका साउंड अलग है ना थोड़ा सा चलने का वो साउंड आया
कम सी अरे वॉक करना प्राउलर करने दो एक बार
Who will I spot first?
वॉकिंग वाला नहीं होता
एक्चुअली प्राउलर के बाद भी वॉक ही करना उसका मॉली तोड़ देंगे
Bring them down. Where are you? Enemies on C. Bring them down. One down. Okay, take hold.
मिक्स का पिंग या
Grounded.
One enemy remaining.
3. My ult's ready.
सॉरी एक किल चला लिया मैंने
One dream ends.
रीच था मेरा रीच को 60 दिया था
कवर के नाम पे किल चला रहा हूँ ऑपरेटर देना तो
ऐसे चलो
ऑपरेटर हाँ
Need a drop. Thanks. Gun here. There. Reloading.
That works.
Bring them down.
बॉडी
Here.
Bomb buddy out. I'll find you. Reloading. We'll catch them. Watching here. Reloading.
Spike planted.
Bye.
Oh my god, दोनों सिटी
That's a concussion.
One enemy remaining.
Teleport's ready.
नाइस
Last round in the half.
140 मैं इसको दिया था मैंने मिक्स को
कुछ करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है।
हैंडल देगा
वो इसको हेड लगाता है इसका मतलब वॉल बैक
फैंटम है तेरे पे
हाँ मेरे पे ये वाला है
That's a good spot.
मेरे साथ एक बंदा I'll prowler and then we'll go
Hello
back.
Roxy, how are you? Roxy, मैं show like stream.
तो पिक मत करो ऐसे उसको प्राउलर करना
Spike's here.
I have this bomb. Headshot.
Smoke's resonating.
Here.
अरे माधव इधर बैठ
Spike is down.
Get out of my way.
Spike down A. Last player
मेरा
standing.
शॉट क्यों नहीं लग रहा मुझे मिस हो रहा है
मैंने आपको एक चीज बोला था याद है आपको आपका रिस्पॉन्स बस जो है
हाँ
उसको फिक्स करो
Switching sides.
Let us see what they have planned.
वो
for
मैंने
us
आपका
this
ओपिंग
time.
देखा वो
सुन,
आके
सुन,
बैठा
raise
उसके
left
बाद
और
आप चला रहे हो
पुश है
उसको आते
Like
टाइम मार
mid
दो
और
बैठने का
वो
मौका मत दो
मिक्स
वो
का
ऐसे आ रहा है उसके बाद क्राउच कर रहा है ना
Need a drop. Thanks.
तो बैठने का मौका मत दो दिखते पे मारो दिखते पे मारो एकदम, अपने मसल मेमोरी बना लो कि हल्का सा भी लाइक दिखेगा शॉट चलाओ।
Here.
फ्लैश करेगा वो
Here.
क्या करना है?
आगे चलते हैं। What's up? Hello. How are you?
Enemy
Shot.
spotted A.
नहीं लगेगा बाद में।
Hold on, push this way.
Oh fuck, एक और है। स्पॉन में ही है एक और। पुश करना कोई नहीं रेस।
जरूरत नहीं पुश करने। पानी से।
जरूरत है भाई पुश करने की, पुश करो, खत्म करो पुश कर कर।
किधर प्लान किया?
सी। अरे मेरे को लगा मिक्स साइड।
Last player standing.
क्या हगा है फेड ने भाई। हेलो इन स्ट्रीम भाई, सब लोग लाइक कर देना प्लीज। हाँ एक
Teleport's ready. I'm too far.
यार मतलब कोई दिख ही नहीं रहा।
ठीक है सामने बंदा है। कोई नहीं होता है।
Watch for my tech, everyone. If I throw it left and you go
सेफ राउंड है, सभी इसी पुश करते हैं तुम।
नहीं होल्ड करो ना, जीत जाएंगे सेफ राउंड।
तो एक ओके।
हाँ सेफ राउंड पे कौन जीतता है?
हाँ मैं तो जीतता हूँ भाई।
तो जीते कितनी बार है ना।
वो एनिमी टीम ठीक से खरीदता नहीं है इसलिए।
अरे आराम से जीत जाएंगे, तुम खेलो ना, तुम डरते क्यों? क्लासिक है तो क्या हो गया? मारो हेड पे मारो।
क्लासिक से पुश करेंगे।
हाँ।
That works.
छोड़ना अभी आराम से खेलते हैं। Is it safe?
ये बस क्लियर, एक क्लियर।
सी छोड़ दिया देखा।
Spike down.
Where? C. Okay.
Maybe pushed up. Gun up. Waterfall.
Spike planted.
Trap destroyed.
One was chamber.
50. Mix 78.
बीच से कोई तो आ रहा है।
उनके जेट पे बैठे तो।
Last player
अरे हाँ
standing.
दिया।
Left. Side left.
That's right.
डबल क्लिक।
सारे लो थे nice try.
नहीं ऐसे पड़ा दो नहीं था।
हग रहा हूँ।
Please do not mistake my smile. I take this all very seriously.
आ रहा हूँ कोलकाता नेक्स्ट मंथ। अरे डब्लू मिलेंगे, कोई नहीं, टाइम होता है मैं बुलाता हूँ कोलकाता। ये बोल्ड वाला ये जो स्किन है ना इस आउटलॉ का, बहुत मस्त लगता है।
Out of charges. Out of charges.
चल स्मोक कर दिया, फैन शो तो अब उधर जा रहा है।
Okay.
ये साउंड ग्लिच है भाई इस गेम का। हक दिया। नाइस वन। कवर दो।
अरे बैक साइड है नहीं क्या कोई?
मैं था बट मर गया। दोनों साइड है।
Spike planted.
फ्रंट साइड माय बैड
तेरे को उसका वो दिख नहीं थी, वेंस दिख रहा था ना।
मेरे को लगा इधर गया है।
Enemy remaining.
क्या वेंस था?
ड्रॉप से गया मतलब।
ड्रॉप से था ना बस।
ओए तेरे को वो वेंस दिख रहा था एमजी?
नहीं ध्यान दिया।
फेड एपी के
साउंड नहीं आया था।
जेट सी के लो और मिक्स को भी कर लेना।
ओके
भाई मेरा ढंग से
ये नीचे आ गया, तो नीचे आने का समय है फिर से। या क्यों फेंकना अपना, पुश करते हैं। मिक्स यहाँ पे स्मोक कर देना।
That's a good spot.
पुश करने वाला समझ नहीं आता मुझे।
ये भी है।
हाँ ना, जब पुश करना होता है करते नहीं कोई।
कितने से?
चैम्बर क्या बोला? कहाँ बुला रहा है?
रोटेट।
कोई घुसा नहीं है सीधे।
बी पे ट्रैप।
घुसा बी पे घुसा।
नहीं।
Spike planted.
भाई
Listen to this.
Last player standing.
कोई नहीं।
Sound is everything on the battlefield, so listen for noises.
फैंटम
हाँ
दिखा
सही
रहा
में
है।
पुश कर देना। वो अपना कैपेबिलिटी डीप डालना थोड़ा।
फैंटम कौन सी? दियो भाई फैंटम दियो तो।
भाई नहीं है क्या तेरा? अच्छा लास्ट टाइम गार्डियन भाई क्या सोच रहा हूँ?
मैं चेंबर बाय कर दूं।
इधर उठा ले, यहाँ पे मार कर। स्टन करता था ये शुरू था।
You want to play? Let's play.
See? Yes. Fuck, हक दिया।
मुझे
दूसरे के
Teleport's gone.
क्या कर
अरे
रहा
कोई
हूँ मैं?
Spike planted.
हक तो मैं भी रहा हूँ यार।
I'm concussing.
अरे मुझसे
Last player standing.
माय गॉड, तीनों पांचों एक ही साइड पे।
We're here because we're the best. Don't
जेट
any of you
वैसे
forget.
पे हर बार फर्स्ट किल हो जाता है।
Can I get a drop? Reloading.
एक साथ पुश करते हैं ना, इसीलिए
Does anyone
हरी
have
एबिलिटी
funds?
यूज करते हैं।
They are so dead.
Turn it up.
That works. Merci.
इसका स्टन अजीब सा है पे, मुझे ही सी स्टन आया था। स्मोक दियो। सी जेट इन।
Enemy spotted C. Got him. My ult's ready. See ya.
नाइस।
दूसरा क्या? ऑन पैकेज ऑन सेट।
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Spike down. C.
ये होल्ड रखो, ये आएंगे इस बार। केजे भागा था, मैंने बिल्कुल ये नहीं किया, बस स्प्रे डालो।
That's a good spot.
उसका स्टन में अगर मैं इधर हूँ ना, अगर इधर भी स्टन आ गया मतलब भाई कुछ गड़बड़ है। उसका स्टन हर टाइम मुझे उसने हिट किया है। सी
फिर से सी
चला है ओनली
ये पर जो
इट्स सी इट इज अभी कैसे कौन दे रहे
चलाएगा
Smoke's fascinating. My ult's ready.
What the fuck?
It's is low, Jet is low.
Last player standing.
चला दिया हाँ किसी 120 है
भाई ये क्या सेटअप है चेंबर भाई ये पे जब हम दोनों इतना पुश रहे हैं
ऑपरेटर है यार मेरा कोई गेम प्ले नहीं चल रहा
अरे अरे एक काम कर तू तेरा जो ट्रैप है ना बी पे लगा और मेरे साथ सी खेलने आ जा
अच्छा ऑपरेटर तो भाई मांगो
बी पे ट्रैप लगाया कर और सब मेरे साथ खेलने आ बस टीपी लगा हर जगह चल आता है देख के
Off your feet!
डी पे आया
बी
अरे बैंड चोद मैं कैसे मर गया
Spike planted.
हर बार का हो गया इसका स्टन अरे
Last player standing.
नहीं
ब्रिज को पैर पे लग रहा है देख रहे हो मुझको वही नहीं समझ में आ रहा
मिक्स भाई तेरा बॉक्स डाल दे भाई जब वो रश कर रहा है तो बॉक्स डाल
हेलो कम हो
Funny thing. One little twist, and it all turns dark.
भी पुश करता है इस बार ऐसे कम हो तू बता ऐसे डार्लिंग बहुत बेकार भाई बहुत बेकार
That works.
हम जिस पहाड़ पे होते नजर लगती साला सुबह अच्छा गेम पे चल रहा था भाई ऑल
5 Yeah, well,
Last player standing.
you have smoke. You can smoke that off.
स्मोक करने से फ्री फायर करता है वे भी नहीं करता बट रिक्स वहाँ पे ज़्यादा था चल कोई नहीं आराम से वो लोग नॉर्मल ही है दोनों
Spike planted.
कौन सा गेम की सीरीज चल रही है अभी तो कोई गेम सीरीज नहीं अभी यही खेल रहा हूँ अगर टू सी इवन प्लेइंग व्हिच बेस्ट नहीं मैं बेस्ट नहीं हूँ मैं हग रहा हूँ मैं बेस्ट नहीं हूँ उसमें ये बेस्ट नहीं होता ये गेम प्ले बेस्ट नहीं है सच कह रहा हूँ
One enemy remaining.
शॉट एक और
check right
I'm too far.
टाइम ओपन प्लांट है सिटी हो सकता है मोस्टली फॉल्स पे एम रख और बैठ जा
No one else could do this.
Listen to this.
फॉल्स नहीं है अभी वाटरफॉल है
Match point.
Trust me, they will make mistakes. When they do, take advantage.
Can I get a drop?
मैं बता रहा हूँ मैं ये गेम प्ले बेकार है ये 26 के लिए बेकार है भाई कुछ यूजलेस है ये
26 के लिए यूजलेस बोल रहे हो वाह
हाँ भाई तुम 26 किल देखो मैंने 15 बार मर चुका हूँ वहाँ पे
हाँ वो है बट
और
मैं
कितने अजीब अजीब तरीके से नॉट एवरी
मैं तो
नहीं मैं लाइक इतने टाइम से नहीं खेला ना तो इसलिए प्रॉब्लम्स आ रहे हैं. निकल लग गया. सी पे 2 थे, सी लॉन्ग पे 2 थे. नाइस शॉट.
Are they entering?
नहीं नहीं वो घुसे नहीं थे. बस 2 दिखे थे मुझे. ब्रीच और एक और कीजिए. ठीक है. कोई नहीं फिर से खेलना होगा दूसरे के भाई मजा आ गया कि
Nice.
रैंक 8 क्लास.
Spike down A.
Trap destroyed.
One is in it.
बोथ
Why don't we? We have spike. We have spike. We have spike.
भाई मजा ही आ गया. आई वाज रैंक 8 इन माय क्लास इन लेट्स गो डब्ल्यू. अरे नहीं यार क्या सीन है ना एक इतना टाइम से नहीं खेला ना पूरा हाथ बिगड़ चुका है.
30 seconds left.
पीक दे के मरना इज द तेरे सामने ऑफर है.
स्पाइक कहाँ था?
Last player standing.
मैं स्पाइक
चेंबर मार के लौड़े
10
कहाँ
seconds
पे
left.
हो?
इसमें उसकी गलती नहीं है. मैंने देखा है.
Spike planted.
मिक्स बैन का लड़ रहा है जब स्पाइक हमारे पास है. कवर में रहना है.
You want to play? Let's play.
लेफ्ट स्टेयर्स लेफ्ट.
लेफ्ट चेक कर पूरा. डन.
One enemy remaining.
ऊपर ऊपर हाँ उधर ही.
Attackers win.
केजे कह रहे लौड़े का जीजी वाई. गोल्डी है ना चलेगा.
अरे आपका अनरैक क्यों नहीं हट रहा?
पता नहीं. हाँ एक और प्लेसमेंट बाकी है. इस आईडी में खेला नहीं ना.
अच्छा
इसमें भैया खेलते हैं. मैंने तो उस दिन आपके साथ ही खेला था बस ये वाला चेंबर वाला. साला 44 पेल दिए पैस किया.
वो बेकार गया रे. सुबह सुबह के मैचेस अच्छे गए मेरे.
कोई नहीं रेस्ट कर सकते हो अगर बहुत खेल लिया तो.
हाँ क्योंकि मैंने 10 मैच खेल लिए सुबह से.
ठीक है तो फिर
उसमें से 3 हारा 7 जीता.
मैं जब रैंक पुश कर रहा था मेरे को याद अभी भी याद है. मैं दोपहर को इमॉर्टल 2 टच किया दोपहर 3:30 बजे. हाँ लास्ट डे के लाइक रात 10 बजे तक खेल रहा था. सुबह के आई थिंक 11 बजे तक खेला. उसके बाद 2 घंटे रेस्ट लेके फिर से स्ट्रीम चालू किया. बस पुश करना है रैंक.
Match found.
12 घंटे खेला था मैंने. उसके बाद लगा लाइक 12 कंटिन्यूसली 12 घंटे खेलने के बाद मेरे को रैंक मिला. क्या खेलूं? जेट खेल रहा हूँ. ले लो
आप खेलो.
नहीं चलेगा मुझे. कोई से भी केजिन चलेगा. सेज कहाँ है? इसमें सेज क्यों नहीं दिख रहा मुझे?
सेज है तो
ये सेज नहीं दिख रहा.
ओमेन के नीचे.
अच्छा ये रहा.
हाँ.
सॉरी.
तो कीबोर्ड पोजीशन प्रॉब्लम हो रही है. समझ नहीं आ रहा कैसे. अगर आप चेक कर रहे हो
सेज इनिशिएटर नहीं है. चलो साइफर खेलते हैं. बहुत टाइम हो गया साइफर खेले हुए. नहीं तुम लोगों ने बॉयज का सीजन देखा क्या? मुझे भी सही में जल्दी जल्दी माउस लेना होगा भाई। दोपहर 2 बजे सोया था आज, 12 बजे नींद से उठा हूँ।
Reina, there are better ways to survive than your path.
Oh, I'm so ashamed. Pobre de me. How will I live with myself?
क्या चल रहा है?
ये जा रहे हैं ना वो लोग, जाओ। मैं सेंटी हूँ भाई, मैं नहीं आ रहा तुम लोग के साथ, मैं लग जाऊंगा एकदम।
Dropping smokes. Have one of these. Careful.
Still inside. Shot. तुम कहाँ टपक?
Last player standing.
I don't like your toy, Cypher. Don't spy on me.
कुत्ते भौंकने का साउंड आ रहा है क्या रे माइक से?
All together, we come. Flo, come man. Don't play like last round.
Keep up.
Low.
I got the spike. Healing.
Bro, enter with me, man.
इसने खुद भी मरा, मैं भी मरा।
Spike down.
Don't fucking luck me, Danda. Enter with me.
Fade's mind games are no match for
Says wall here.
Ibuprofen.
There.
Says wall here, we will enter side. Just smoke and dash. Be there.
Okay.
Oh, man, this is a winnable game.
Keep up.
Dropping smokes.
Current there. Still in sight.
Heal देना, heal देना। No. Okay.
पुश करो जेट
Plan. That's it. We took this.
मैं पुश करूँ।
जेट खेल लो ना, डोमिनेट
Play fast, spike. Don't peek and dive. Play fast, spike.
एक 120 है ना?
One enemy remaining.
रहना से।
Be grateful I killed.
एक किल तो निकला कुछ करने तो।
लाइक सबसे पहले घुस रहे हो ना,
हाँ।
तो सामने जाने का ट्राई मत करो, ये साइड वाला लेने का ट्राई करो।
कौन सा? अच्छा ये।
हाँ, बी जा रहे हो तो वो साइड लेने का ट्राई करो पहले, क्योंकि तो सामने आपके कितने एंगल्स हैं? 1 2 3 एंगल्स है सामने, और साइड पे आपके कवर है।
Reloading.
2 एंगल और 1 कवर है साइड वाले, तो आपको ज़्यादा साइड वाले पे फोकस देना चाहिए। और अगर आपको लग रहा है कि मैं ऐसे नॉर्मली घुस नहीं सकता, तो एक क्लोज स्मोक कर दो डैश करने से पहले, आपको ज़्यादा फायदा होगा।
Dropping smokes.
मैं हेवन जा रहा हूँ।
Enemy spotted.
Sage, can you heal me?
आओ ना, साइड आओ ना, क्यों हेवन जा रहे हो? आओ ना मेरे साथ।
ये रेना बात है।
साइड पे खींचा भी है।
Reloading.
They're going back there. Bro, Jet.
रेना तू क्यों आया? तुझे साइड
Player standing.
रेना को मैंने मना किया किसी को नहीं जा।
भाई हेवन में प्लांट दे रहे हो क्या तुम लोग?
प्लांट
दो भी
मिला
वाले
कोई।
भाई तो साइड तो क्लियर करो ना, वहाँ पे हेवन जाके प्लांट करना।
रेना मैंने बोला था सिर्फ मैं
Spike,
जा रहा
spike.
है ताकि ये साइड जा।
And the spike's still on base.
Okay, let's get set up.
They will cover.
हेवन है।
Your duty is not
वे
reloading.
प्लांट
Plant the spike.
City 1 City 1.
Cypher, don't go, man. Plant and play
Arey,
post plant.
shut up,
Bro.
bro.
Who the fuck
Shut up.
peeking and die?
Shut up, bro. कुछ तो
Shut
करो
up,
थोड़ा सा।
बज रहा है जो कितना बज रहा है ये, नोट कर चुकी हो।
वही ना भाई, खेलने दो यार अपने को।
काय कर रहे हो बे?
पिलर घूम गया जेट के सामने राइट साइड। जेट राइट साइड, क्लोज राइट।
Last player standing.
ओ लेफ्ट साइड अभी। ये चीज़ का बॉट
Heaven
है।
jet.
नाइस वन। कौन रहा था इतना ज्यादा?
रेना रेना
जो बज ही जा रहा है
वही
भाई।
तो बकबक कर रहा है।
ये मत कर, वो मत कर।
अगेन भी करते हैं
बी ओके चलेगा।
बिकॉज वो लग रहा है ए बी कर रहे हैं तो।
ठीक। मेरी बात सुन एमजी। तेरे को तेरा हार्ड रखना है, ठीक है? हार्ड पुश।
ओके।
मतलब एग्रो, एकदम एग्रो जाना है। कुछ छोड़ देख, अगर तू मर गया कोई इशू नहीं है।
अच्छा
मर गया कोई इशू नहीं है, बट तेरे को एग्रो रखना है उनके ऊपर।
लेट मी वॉल
क्लोज क्लियर।
वॉल
क्लियर।
प्लांट
Blocking sight.
बैक साइड। पिलर पे।
My ult ready.
पिलर खोल।
मैंने
खोल दिया
देखे पुश मत करो।
सेज को मारा मैंने, वो बोला वो
चेक फॉर बैक स्टैप।
दो तो मुझे नहीं मालूम था।
मैंने बताया ना खोल है वहाँ पे अपना पेड़ है।
सॉरी माय बैड।
यार
Face your fear.
My ult is ready. Kiss like and kick him in the shin.
Saving.
तो सेज मार के आता हूँ मैं। उसका सेज मस्त है भाई, मस्त ईगो पीक कर रहा है मेरे पे। मैं मारूंगा इस बार सेज से।
Spike drop. I have the spike.
केजे सेटअप देखो ब्रो।
ये सेटअप है पूरा यार साइड के अंदर। जेट तेरे पास गन है ना तो ट्राई कर, तेरे को सब पहुंच रहे हैं यार। भाई जेट के साथ चलो।
Listen to this.
तो सब कर दिया।
Like I never.
भी निकल के आ गया।
गोभी
देखना कोई ना कोई तो होगा ही। फेड देखा, फेड को देख।
Watching this spot.
गिव मी कवर।
watch seven. Cypher.
सिटी
हाँ रुक जा भाई सॉरी।
Last player standing.
Run and gun,
One
भाई।
enemy remaining.
घूम रहा है, लेफ्ट साइड हो सकता है।
Thrifty.
शॉट। इसने सिटी क्यों छोड़ दिया मेरा?
Remember, wipe the prints from your guns. It's just good crime.
मैं सही बताऊँ, मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है ना, मैं थक गया तभी मैं नहीं खेल पा रहा।
नहीं, मैं तुमको प्रेशराइज कर रहा हूँ, मैं तुम्हारे गेम प्ले स्टाइल को चेंज करवाने का ट्राई कर रहा हूँ, इसलिए ऐसा हो रहा है। अपना खेलो तुम, ठीक है? अपना खेलो। मेरे साथ भी होता था, मेरे को भी जो लोग ज्ञान देते थे ना भाई, मैं नहीं खेल पाता था। अपना खेलो पूरा। एक चीज़ याद रखना, किल लेना है बस, अपना डोमिनेट रखना है उनके ऊपर, ठीक है? बस इतना ही। कैसे करोगे तुम्हारे ऊपर है।
हेवन तो क्लियर है।
क्लियर
अंदर आ जा यार, रहना हेवन से थ्रो किया है पूरा।
सिटी रहना।
You will not kill my ally.
अबे कवर तो दो।
78 kg।
Enemy remaining.
साइड है, पिलर पे ये सही से नीचे।
रहना बकचोदी कर रहा है, मालूम है रिलोड कर रहा, फिर भी नहीं आगे कर।
Win. Show me where to go. Watching here. Let's take what they have.
ओके, ठीक है, बता लिया जाएगा। हाँ,
120 kg।
साथ में नहीं कर सकता।
हेड पे कनेक्ट।
लेफ्ट राइट है, मत कर रहना।
आगे दिया।
चलो रहने के पास इतना कवर था, उसने ओपन में जाके डिसमिस तोड़ा।
सेपरेट कर दो भाई, सेपरेट करो, तीनों हैं। मेरा अगर वो इस पर हेड पे कनेक्ट होता मजा आता। बाप रे।
फेक प्लांट देते, पुश कर देता वो। करेगा देखा भाई, ये लोग ऐसे ही हैं।
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
प्लान कर दे।
रिलोड नहीं बैंक
मिल गया पोज इसको।
सेट आएगा अभी।
हेवन। मैंने देखा हेवन। हेवन ही है, गलत पोजी बहुत देखा।
अबे यार
पोजी ही बहुत खराब थी इसकी।
कोई नहीं, गलत बोल।
नहीं, मेरे को हल्का सा उसका एल्बो दिखा, मालूम है हेवन से।
नहीं, मेरे को नहीं दिखा।
मेरे को दिखा।
मैं तो देख नहीं रहा था, बताओ। मैं
लाया
था इसके। मैं इसको देख ऐसे ही कॉल किया कि ये आएगा सिटी।
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you?
मैं टायर्ड हूँ भाई। सेज भाई मैं टायर्ड।
कोई नहीं, और 2 राउंड निकालो।
हाँ जी।
अरे भाई नहीं, फक।
मेरे से ले लो ना, मैं अल्टर किल लेता है। लो
हट के दो।
I need this.
चलेगा। मैं स्पाइक प्लांट देता हूँ, चलो।
Let's fly.
Reloading. Spike down A.
हेवन मूव देना।
Beacon light planted.
हर टाइम पुणे बैठा रहता है भाई, हर टाइम।
नहीं यार,
हेवन देख, हेवन देख। हाँ मेन आ सकता है, याद रखना।
Here. For you.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
तेरे को हिल के चल।
हाँ ये बात तो सही है
भाई इतना यहाँ पुश क्यों करने चला गया वॉल जब बनाई तो यार?
कौन गया?
और दो राउंड चाहिए भाई, नहीं तो
I
खत्म
can't
हम
see
लोग।
them yet. But I can feel them getting.
बी चलो, बी चलो, बी चलो। नहीं बी पे जाया। ए आओ, ए आओ, ये जल्द करेगा।
Dropping smoke.
Reloading.
मैं हाइपर को रिवाइव कर।
देख ओपन में हो थोड़ा सा,
Reloading.
से जो वॉल पे चलता है हर टाइम।
Enemy spotted A.
Lights down. Spike down A.
For a moment, I saw them.
स्पाइक पे है नहीं।
Last player standing.
Enemy down.
फायर क्यों नहीं की? फायर क्यों नहीं की? फायर
मैंने किया नहीं,
Last
कंफ्यूज हो गया
round
था मैं
before
खुद
the
ही में।
switch.
We lose everything after this. Spend it.
ये राउंड निकालना पड़ेगा।
साइफर तेरे साथ साथ में मिड से बी कर लेते हैं।
आ जाओ तो सेज को जल्दी जल्दी ले लेते हैं। सेज ईगो भी करता है टाइम। ये बस
दो
ऑफ
तीन लोग
एंगल जाके
मरेंगे
बैठ
ना
रहा
तो
है।
वो फिर
वो ऑफ एंगल जा रहा था तो वाइट जा रहा है अभी। और
They're not
इस
better
बार
than
अगर
me.
मुझे सेज ने मार दिया तो भाई स्कोर टाई हो जाएगा दोनों के बीच में।
अकेले मत पिक करना भाई, तू डिलेस नहीं इतना आगे जा। वॉल कर रहा, मैं वॉल कर रहा।
कहाँ वॉल करना था?
Last player standing. Switching sides.
Prepare yourself. We fight once again.
बी पे करेंगे।
चलो रेडी है। रेडा पीछे खेल ले, मेरा ट्रैप पे खेल ले। ओपन ट्रैप से।
बी है, बी है, बी है।
निकल जा, निकल जा, निकल जा।
मैं साइड छोड़ रहा हूँ।
और यार बैक नाउ। लॉल मैं कोच। हाँ कोई नहीं, कोई नहीं चलेगा।
हाँ एंट्री कर दे।
Spike down B.
अरे ब्लॉक मत कर भाई देना।
चलो क्या बताओ?
One enemy remaining.
बॉडी नहीं दिया भाई।
ऐसा था मेरा, किसने मारा?
आओ।
We got this.
मैं तो वेट करूंगा, ट्रैप का फंसेंगे लोग।
स्किन देना, आउटलेस की।
I need this. My thanks.
हाँ मस्त है।
साउंड रैम्स के
कोई तो शेड लेके आया, एक को तो मैंने मारा था।
हाँ हक दिया। 88 साइड भाग रहा हूँ मैं।
Spike
Rana
down
beater.
A.
मत लो
Here.
क्योंकि मत लो, जाना कुछ नहीं कर रहा। एक मिनट पे और एक साइड पे
One enemy remaining.
साला कब पिक दिया?
Last player
प्रॉपर वेट
standing.
किया तेरे को
60.
वेट किया ना मेरे बारे में?
प्रॉपर
इसे
दोनों के लिए इसके थे जब तेरे को पुश किया तो।
हील ले रहा है वो, हील ले
Now
रहा
we
है।
are going to logical runs and oh wait.
नाइस वन नाइस। टेक आउट लो। सिटी।
अब क्या कर रहे हो? लाइक आप गॉर्डन चालू नहीं
No, I
करते?
can't.
भाई
Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as you'd think.
शेरिफ स्किन है ना?
बेकार है एक्चुअली गन।
शेरिफ स्किन।
Not yet bro. शेरिफ स्किन अरे
I need this.
अरे एक जगह 3 है।
Oh, I'm up to kill him, bhai.
बीवी चल जाओ यार।
अभी देख के वो वॉल करके मिड से आ जाएगा।
अभी तो वो
No peeking.
डीएस में मेरे को व्यूज नहीं आते। ए कोई घुसा नहीं है, ओके कोई घुसा नहीं है। रैम्स
बी पकड़ो। रहना भाग गया।
They found
केजे
जीते भाई, एक
पूरा
जीते
fight
नहीं, एक भी नहीं जीते अभी तक तो। दूसरा मैच है
ए पे बी जा रहे
130 मिक्स।
Train hard. Spike planted.
कोई तो आएगा, मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है इस।
ए से हाँ मिक्स आ सकता है या पीछे जा सकते हैं, उसके पास हील नहीं है। 130 है वो, उसको 130 दिया एंड
Last player standing.
नाइस।
ये सेंटी जैसे एजेंट्स ना बहुत बेकार होते हैं साले। टीम के लिए खेलना पड़ता है। किसी गोल्ड लॉबी है, हाथ गोल्ड लॉबी है।
Their hearts still a different story.
सेव करो भाई ने।
साला ऑफ करने का पैसे नहीं।
ये भाई देना मेरे को ये देना।
Cypher setup का करना है।
तेरा भाई नहीं सेव राउंड।
Okay.
अकेला है।
My ult's ready.
2 बंदे।
Barrier created.
PV
से
Spike planted.
अच्छा क्लोज है। 130 मिक्स।
Here. Here.
साइड के अंदर।
Top up all 3.
Last player standing.
Got him.
One enemy remaining.
पता है तेरे को पता है, आराम से तेरे को पता है।
Please. 117.
स्क्रीम्स राइट साइड जा सकता है।
हाफ कर ले। घूम गया। ओके
This
हो जाएगा। नहीं होगा अभी ये। अच्छा
ऑल सही था।
लॉल
ऑल राउंड्स थे।
I find them. I kill them.
लाओ
Simple as
देखो
that.
Need a drop.
कहाँ तुम ऑपरेटर
Need a drop.
ऑपरेटर मांगो ना नहीं दिया भाई
I need this. My thanks.
रेना बीजा
के पास साउंड है
Spike down A.
रैम्स के 3 रैम्स के और भी है 2 रैम्स केज एंड सेज ये देखो यहाँ पे एक और
क्या जरूरत थी इसको स्लो अप डालने की
रैम्स
Say, when you fuck you slowed us.
take off
You slowed Jet and me.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll
well
crush
like
it.
watch चलो टाइम
Phantoms
लगेगा अरे
के anyone?
नहीं ये सब जो एक दिन खेलता हूँ ना इसमें मैं अजीब सा जेट पे अच्छा खेलता हूँ मैं पता नहीं क्यों जेट मेरा गेम अच्छा जाता है जेट पे
मेरा भी अच्छा गया है
हाँ
हाँ रेना भी खेल लेता बट रेना मतलब टीम होनी चाहिए उस हिसाब से ताकि मैं पूरा सपोर्ट मिलूँ Why are you smoking close?
तो उसका एम अच्छा नहीं है
Reloading.
उसने तो बोला था
Reloading.
क्राउन कॉफी SRY मतलब क्या SRY का
You will not kill my allies.
Won't kill my ally
Spike
Enter.
ए छोड़ दिया
Cypher. Check vents.
They took the spike.
Vents to A.
Spike drop mid
Vents to A. One more.
Stay down.
One enemy remaining.
राजा
Here.
30 seconds left.
Where will they go this time?
कोई ना अगर मैं जैसे मेरे से दो शॉट मिस हुए ना तो को डाल देना ठीक है इसमें
सॉरी
कोई ना अभी बहुत से लोग कुछ करेंगे
कितने हैं
मिनी मैप एक ही देखा मिनी मैप के चक्कर में बोल
ओके
My ult's ready.
शॉट ऊपर का एक केजे नीचे आया
Face your fear.
Just come back. Come back. Just I will heal.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
अच्छा नहीं साइड है फक
Cutting their vision.
गन नहीं उसके पास स्पाइक के
Let's
पास
That's
अरे मेरे को पता नहीं था मेरे को लगा रैम से
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember
मेरे को
that.
दिखाई नहीं वो बंदा ए साइड पे ट्रैप नहीं बनता मेरे को पता नहीं क्यों
Reloading.
क्या ही ट्रैप लगा लूं इस साइड पे अभी
लेना मेरा डॉक्टर नाम इधर साहब
Nice one. Nice one.
Spike down B. Reloading. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Reloading.
Reload.
If you must fall, then fall near me.
Hyper खेलने में बोरिंग है मैच.
हाँ ये तो है मैं भी खेला हूँ बहुत बोरिंग है अब चलो खेलेंगे I will you fail Chat don't shoot me please Chat देखो ना उनके
हाँ देखा
मेरे को दे दे मिनट में don't even in a bank access
बैंक अकाउंट ए साउंड स्मोक
अबे वॉल कहाँ है
You should run.
Hey, entering in.
Here.
Spike planted.
नहीं लग रहा.
Healing you.
One enemy remaining.
grab me see grab
Your duty is not
अरे 1v2 है.
reloading.
अरे जब मारते तो फिर मेरे को लगा नहीं
आज
मार
एग्जाम में 10 को एग्जाम है मेरा 10 नाइस वन ऑल द बेस्ट. क्या करूँ समझ नहीं आ रहा. ट्राई और वाईटी कौन देख ले. कुछ करने का मन नहीं कर रहा तो बॉन देख ले सीधा.
Was that important?
क्या एडवाइस देते हैं यार
थैंक यू.
You know what we should do? I'll tell
मेरे
you.
को पहले कुछ और सुना दिया फिर ध्यान से सुना तो बोला अरे मार
अरे ऐसा ही हूँ मैं. वाईटी का ही मन नहीं कर रहा.
Close by me.
इसका ही माइंड नहीं कर रहा.
आया
तो
कैसे
कौन
आया
देखो
कैसे
बैठ
कांटा.
के.
अरे ना भाई आ जाओ मेरा वो तोड़ना डॉग
I will find you.
मेरे पे डॉग आएंगे वो क्यों डरा रहे हो
अरे मेन देख क्यों छोड़ रहा है.
हाँ देख रहा तो आप सिप अप करेंगे ये लोग पुश कर रहे हैं हार
करे
ए पे हेवन क्यों खेल रहा है. एक साइड में खेलो ना. सेज तू
Spike down A.
दो बार हट किया.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
सेज मेरे पे
Spike is safe.
30 seconds left.
Reloading.
अरे कहाँ गई
Lucky you.
वाह
Bro. Sage, I marked him. Still you are losing.
10 seconds left.
Where is everyone hiding?
Spike planted.
Log.
Here.
ऐसा शिकार लगता है.
Gun here.
बेस्ट है भाई अपना खुद बैठ.
Match point.
Let's end this.
Could have a drop. Thanks.
मेन का स्मोक यहाँ देना लो, अगर स्मोक देना है ना तो इधर देना ब्रो, ये थोड़ा डीप।
Alright, muckers.
ओके
Off we go.
Even sound need smoke.
थर्टी स्मोक डालना।
गंदा स्मोक है, गैप है स्मोक में।
नहीं बोला
Enemy kill.
Break the dog, break the dog.
Clear.
You will not kill my allies.
सेज पागल है भाई, सेज छोड़ के चला जाता है, मैंने देखा ये चीज। सेज रुकता ही नहीं आसपास भाई एकदम। दोनों किल तेरे, चाह लो, दोनों किल तेरे, ले जाके।
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
प्लांटिंग, सिटी प्लांट। सिटी प्लांट है। सिटी क्या वो एक गोल, सिटी क्या कॉल दे रहा हूँ प्रॉपर।
अच्छा सिटी क्या?
हाँ
ये गया।
इधर ये भी कॉल नहीं सुनता भाई, ये बंदा तक सीरियस नहीं ले रहा भाई मुझे।
नहीं मैंने सही में ध्यान नहीं दिया।
क्लियर साउंड था उसका, सिटी प्लांट।
Spike planted.
नहीं सर, कोई सीरियस नहीं ले रहा भाई अभी आजकल।
Drop in a smoke. Thanks. Oh, was that important?
Defenders win.
32
I'm
kill.
bored. Let's go. No peeking.
गोल्ड मिला ऐड यार, इस आईडी में गोल्ड खुला है। और खेलते हैं लास्ट। ये खेल रहा है इस आईडी से। अभी एल्डर फ्रेम यूज करते, चलो। एल्डर फ्रेम ऑफ चाहिए, कुछ ही बताओ। बक्की का स्किन बहुत महंगा है, ये 900 में आता तो ले लेना था, 1900 में वर्थ इट था उसमें।
Match found.
ये भाई मेरे को देखे हो क्या?
कहाँ पे?
मतलब मेरे को देखे हो कभी मेरा फेस?
हाँ वो थंबनेल में दिखाया था ना।
ये तुमने बहुत उस टाइम में तुम्हें देखा ही नहीं। अरे यार ये लास्ट आखिरी मैच भी छूटी है मेरे पास।
हाँ इट्स ओके। ये लो जेट खेल लो।
अरे हाँ फोन चलाने वाली जेट का थोड़ा डैश का मास्टरी करते हैं।
ये क्या बात हुई?
थोड़ा और ज़्यादा एकदम बोलते हैं एकदम कुछ क्रेजी डैश।
अच्छा
जैसा वो मारता
ठीक है।
समथिंग का डैश देखे हो?
नहीं मैं पीआरएक्स को देखा
नहीं देखे पीआरएक्स का क्या
था
वैसा
कुछ अच्छा मन नहीं कर रहा
कुछ क्रेजी डैश मारता है बंदा वो।
भाई कोई डॉज कर दो ना।
क्यों यार लास्ट गेम खेल लेते
सबको पसंद नहीं है।
मेरा टाइप ऑफ रैंक ऑफ मैच चाहिए।
और तुम अच्छा तुम्हें हम पे भरोसा नहीं है ओके अब तो खेलेंगे भाई
नहीं भरोसा है।
अब तो खेलेंगे भाई नहीं नहीं तुमने ऐसे कैसे बोल दिया अब तो खेलेंगे
थोड़ा खेल लेना ऐसा बोल।
अरे ओके
सिल्वर
से रैंक पे हो
कितना अच्छा।
ठीक ठीक ठीक ठीक जेट जिता देगा लास्ट गेम 30 किल मारे इसने
Cool. Let's go.
एग्जाम्स क्रैक करने हैं पर दीदी से सुबह उठा भी नहीं जा रहा दीदी से पढ़ाई भी नहीं
5 on 5. Clear them all.
ये क्या वो कर रहा है इसका। तुम लोग 3 स्टैक कर रहे हो क्या?
नहीं
मैं और रेना यानी वो सोलो आया है पेड़ है ना
पता नहीं
कोई एक बंदा तो सोलो है।
और इधर बैठ रहा हूँ मैं वॉल इधर कर दूंगा और इधर बैठ जाऊंगा।
इतना बड़ा मैप है समझ नहीं आता कहाँ जाओ।
तो फिर मैं नहीं जाता ओके तुम खेलो।
हाँ 2 राउंड
ओके ऑल द बेस्ट
Headshot.
शॉट कितने और
एक ही था
अभी एम इन साउंड ओनली साउंड है
On my mark.
स्टैम
Enemy A.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
काला क्लिक मारता है मादर चोर और बोल रहा है
That was good.
कौन
But we are not done.
तू देखा मैंने ठीक है।
अरे वो
तुक्का था भाई
तुक्का लगता है यार रेना
तुक्का था
का
भाई
हम दोनों बोट है भाई सही बताओ आयरन लॉबी के अंदर।
ये देखो जो अच्छा खेलता है ना वैसा ही बोलता है जेट को देख लो
ना मैं कहाँ
अभी भाव खा रहा है अभी वो भाव खा रहा है जेट अभी भाव खा रहा है तेज भाई इन पे भरोसा मत करना ये लोग ऐसे होते हैं यूट्यूब वीडियोस बना लेंगे उसके बाद
रेना स्ट्रीम कर रहा है तुमको पता है रेना स्ट्रीम कर रहा है।
मत बताया कर ये सब चीजें सही में मत बताया कर कभी मत बताया कर तो उन लोगों की एक्सपेक्टेशन ज़्यादा हो जाती है हमसे
देखा मैं वो बोला था आगे दिया
उन लोगों का एक्सपेक्टेशन इतना ज़्यादा हो जाता है ना उन लोग खेल नहीं पाते
Blocking vision.
अरे हाँ रे मैं मार्शल क्यों मिली मैं भूल गया ओह मस्त रही मस्त किया
I need a concealment.
यहाँ पे एक है क्या टावर
अरे यार 60 अरे 60
टावर में ओमेन टावर में नीचे मैंने देखा था
One enemy remaining.
हाँ उधर ही था
हाँ इसमें
Spike down B.
ओह देखा तुक्का लगता है रेना का सिर्फ
Their omen may be a nightmare, but I was never
बोनस की लेते हैं
scared.
तुम लोग बाई कर लो हल्का बाई राउंड नहीं बाई कर लो पूरा बाई कर लो
मेरे को ऑफ देना ऑपरेटर देना
Need a drop.
ऑपरेटर
बोनस खेल रहे हैं ठीक है
We go.
Oops. No charge one.
आगे दिया डैश बहुत गंदा आगा मैंने भाई बच गया
Here.
जा रहा हूँ बैकस्टेप जा रहा हूँ
जल्दी कोई नहीं जल्दी नीचे दोनों नीचे
One enemy remaining.
सेज को देखो।
Last player standing.
से ऑफ उठा, से बोलो ऑफ उठा ले मेरा भाई।
सेज ने क्या बेट किया?
सेव भाई ऐसा बेट करोगे?
Is the continuation.
ऑफ सेज भाई ऑफ दे दो यार। जेट
Can someone get this?
भाई नहीं है।
कोई स्टैंड नहीं
दे
आया,
यार भाई।
आएंगे।
ओ है ही नहीं।
बहर 4000 आप भाई कितना भाव खाता है सेज?
पिक लूं क्या?
पिक ले लो।
Are they asleep?
यू आर नॉट अ हीलर, तुम्हारा डायलॉग मालूम है ना?
बैक साइड है क्या? इधर तो कोई भी नहीं आया।
क्या कर रहा था ये?
एक ही तो
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Flawless.
नाइस। खेलने नहीं दे रहे तुम लोग साले।
भाई तो ये रहना है ना, खाली तुक्का मार रहा है।
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team.
भाई क्लियर कट बी पे आएंगे भाई। जेट तू चले जा बी पे आके। अपन दोनों खेलते हैं यहाँ पे। रेना
ओके मैं साइड देखता हूं।
मतलब रेना से साइड नहीं होल्ड होगा, इसलिए तो अपने पास बुलाया ना। मैं नहीं सहता रेना भाई।
मैं सह लेता हूं भाई, बंगाल से हूं भाई, मैं सह लेता हूं। बोलो चेक करेंगे, तू बार-बार वही कर रहा है सेज?
नहीं अभी नहीं करेंगे, उनको पता ही नहीं है।
हां साउथ ए पे।
अरे यार 80 फेड हील हो जाएगा वैसे। वॉल करके मरा ना इसलिए। बैक साइड नहीं। हां हो।
Here.
One
Nice.
enemy remaining.
साइड है।
अयो एक्स्ट्रा। नाइस।
Here.
Station is for amateurs. Let's go.
ओडिन बैठ भाई।
ये ओडिन मत करो यार प्लीज।
जीत रहे यार, मत करो अभी। हां डॉग भी छोड़ा
यार बैक साइड को देख लो ना। एक्स्ट्रा बैक साइड।
कांग्रेस जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद। नहीं क्या?
Spike down A.
गेम खेलते खेलते भाई मैं मोस्टली गेम पे फोकस रखता हूँ।
Here.
है इधर ही कोई है। रेना तेरा किल है।
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Spikes in attacker spawn.
रोप्स चेक रोप्स।
स्पाइक फाइन उनके स्पॉन पे है, छोड़ना नहीं।
One enemy remaining.
रोप्स सेव करेगा शायद। सेव करेगा, देख लो बैक साइड जाके।
इधर बैठा है कॉर्नर पे। बैठा था ड्रॉप आया जिससे। इसे आएगा वो।
30 seconds left.
तेरा गेम प्ले बढ़िया है रे, घंटा बढ़िया है। अगर इसको तू बढ़िया बोल रहा है ना भाई, मैं कुछ नहीं कहना चाहता। लोअर लॉबी पे अगर मैं ऐसे मिस करूंगा, हायर
सेव
लॉबी
कर रहा है
में
क्या?
को
देखो ना।
देखने का मौका तक नहीं मिलेगा।
नहीं कर रहा है, चूतिया है।
हाँ।
Race into the spike sites.
अब जा रहा हूँ मैं बी पे।
तू खेल ना यार ये।
ओके चलो दोनों साइड ऑफ करेंगे, गाड़ी फाड़ देंगे पूरा। अरे बैक साइड जाओ ना।
मतलब जानबूझ के ऐसे बात कर।
Do what
अरे
you gotta do,
बैक साइड
Reina.
जाओ ना।
क्यूटी है। गुड।
You want to play? Let's play.
have spike.
Spike down B.
जेट है
अस्त्रा वहां से ऑप उठा लियो मारने के बाद। मारने के बाद नहीं बोला।
Bring them down.
6 घंटे
One enemy remaining.
6 घंटे से स्ट्रीम की कर रहा हूँ मैं।
नाइस वन।
हाँ लियो भाई,
Like everyone else.
6 घंटे
अरे
से स्ट्रीम कर
वो
रहा
वाली
हूँ
ऑफ कहाँ गई?
I'm amped.
6 घंटे से
Let's
कर
go.
रहा है तू?
तो?
I
ठीक
got
है,
things to do.
यार स्किन वाली ऑफ
दो
किसकी थी?
अपनी दो।
मेरे पास है।
Need a drop.
देना
Thank
यार।
you.
लॉल उठा
Gun
लिया,
here.
उठा लिया।
नहीं यार, अब प्रॉब्लम
चला ले, कोई नहीं।
कोई ना सेज भाई, बिना स्किन के मारूंगा देखो तुम।
यार एक राउंड बस।
अरे चलेगा कोई ना, और बहुत पैसे दोबारा कर देंगे। अननोन अनएक्सपेक्टेड पुसी भाई।
Spike down B.
रेजर
दोनों उधर है क्या?
हाँ रेजर के अंदर।
मिड।
I have spike.
Spike's here.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy, defender spawn.
Push up, man.
No, मेरे को
Keep fighting.
रेना स्मर्फ है साला।
वही तो रिपोर्ट मारा।
डायमंड है साला चूतिया।
6 महीने बाद खेल रहा हूँ मैं, 6 महीने बाद।
चल यार तू डायमंड का होगा साला, इससे पिक करके मार रहा है ना, दिख रहा है मेरे को।
भाई वो इमोर्टल है, बहुत कम बोल दिया तू डायमंड। मेरा डी है
भाई इतना सर पे चला रहे हो ना, हार गया ना, गाली मत देना मुझे कोई।
अरे
6 महीने बाद खेल रहा हूँ, पहले
नहीं
बोल
भाई ऐसे बकचोदी नहीं है, मेरा रैंक अप है।
वही बोल रहा हूँ साले, तुम लोग ही सर पे चला रहे हो मेरे को।
Get out of my way.
आने दे अरे साला।
स्पाइक ले लो।
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
मेरे पास आ जाओ, स्पाइक मेरे पास है।
सेज भाई रैप कर दो। सेज भाई रैप करो, अब रैप कीजिए बस।
One enemy remaining.
ए
रिपोर्ट सेज।
हम भी कभी असेंडेंट हुआ करते थे मेरे भाई।
रिपोर्ट से
मगर लाडले
भाई कुछ भी बोल, लेकिन वो रेना जो मारता ना, गांड फाड़ देता पूरा।
यार तुम कितना ऊपर गए?
पर उनको तो रहना है ही नहीं।
अपनी रहना की बात हो रही है
भाई, मैं अब नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, मेरे को सर पे मत चढ़ाओ। मैं बहुत ऊपर चला जाता हूँ, उसका खेल नहीं पाता।
वही तो चाहता हूँ ई रैंक को।
देख लो चालू हो गया।
Here.
Last player standing.
अच्छा ये पे उसका है।
स्टार रेड मी
नहीं बी वन आर के ऑन साइड। एक अपने स्पॉन करेगा। बी जा। अच्छा इधर
अरे उधर ही दो थे ना इधर।
लेफ्ट साइड प्लांट है।
चलेगा। अच्छा ठीक है,
ज्यादा पुश होगा।
ओके
That moment is gone. But it'd be cool.
पहला राउंड उनका विन। चलो रेना भाई ऑफ स्किन दो ना प्लीज।
मेरे को वो ऐसा ट्रीट करता है ना, मेरे को बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं लगता। सही में
इज्जत हजम नहीं होती ना।
बैक साइड कोई नहीं गया क्या अभी का?
मैं आ रहा हूँ।
जेट इन ए पे इन स्पॉन पे होगा अपने।
स्पाइक यार।
Spike down B.
हाँ हक दिए। यहाँ पे एक बंदा है, साइड पे दो हैं।
Give me those back.
खत्म कर, जल्दी खत्म कर।
Last player standing.
खत्म हो गया।
तेरे पे आ रहा है।
One enemy remaining.
ये भी एक और आ रहा है। आराम से, बहुत आराम से। आर्केड गया। तेरे सामने जेट है, उसे कोई भी उठा दे चलेगा।
मैं उठा राइट से।
सोना टावर जाएगा आराम से। तू उसको उठा जेट को।
Your duty is not over.
तू टावर देख टावर आएगा।
30 seconds left.
टावर कहाँ है?
टावर आएगा। अरे बी पे
तू
टावर।
उधर देखा जाएगा।
बी पे टावर होगा।
नाइस उधर ही था ना। पॉप उठा लेना एक।
कहाँ है? हाँ ये
रहा।
Last round in the half.
तेरा सेंसिटिव डीपीआई बताओ। मेरा सेंसिटिव डीपीआई तेरा काम नहीं आएगा।
ये गाइस ये सबसे एक मिनट, ये सबसे बेकार चीज है किसी भी प्लेयर का ना सेंसी कॉपी नहीं करने का।
सेंसिटिव डीपीआई किसी का काम नहीं आता, खुद का सेंसिटिव डीपीआई ले। मैं 400 डीपीआई पे खेलता हूं मैं। 400 डीपीआई।
ऑफ स्किन दो।
ऑफ स्किन ऑफ तो है तुम पे।
हां स्विच को दे दिया।
Thank you.
क्योंकि उसके नुकसान क्या मालूम है? क्योंकि हमारा खेलने का स्टाइल अलग है, आपका
मेरा
स्टाइल
400 डीपीआई है, तू नहीं कर पाएगा उतना, घुमा नहीं पाएगा उतना अपने माउस को।
Face your fear.
स्पाइक तो इधर ही छोड़ के गए थे।
Spike's here. Adios.
अरे यार मैं गलती से राइट निकल गया।
Enemy remaining.
बैक साइड था शायद ये।
Here.
नाइस। लेट्स गो।
Switching sides.
Stand tall. We are valorant. We are
खाली
fighters.
2 राउंड्स चाहिए, खत्म करते हैं आराम से। बट देखिए मेरे
Wall?
डीपीआई 2500 है, तेरे हिसाब
Wall
से
चाहिए?
गेम सेंस कितनी होनी चाहिए? मुझे नहीं पता, ऐसे
भाई,
हिसाब से
wall
कोई नहीं बोल
चाहिए
सकता।
तो?
अगर तेरे को कोई हिसाब से बोलता है ना कि ऐसे
Sir,
इतनी होनी
किलो।
चाहिए, तो क्या है भाई? जो तेरा लाइक एम सूट करेगा उसको लेगा ना, तो किस मूवमेंट पे तेरा लाइक वो सेंस सूट
स्किन वाली शरीफ है क्या किसी पे?
है ना इस पे।
Need a drop. Here.
Thank you. Gun
Here.
here.
यार क्या बकचोदी है यार भाई।
Need a drop.
पता नहीं कौन ले लिया। ये कौन लिया रे?
Weapon here.
सेची गन
Gun
वापस
here.
करो।
Weapon here.
सेची गन वापस करो।
आई लव दिस।
कहाँ मरा भाई एस्ट्रा?
I'll find you. Reloading. Mark one. Enemy spotted. B. Bring them. They're blind with fear.
हक दिया।
स्मोक में।
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
कैसे भाग रहा था ये?
मैं एक शरीफ दो बे। कहाँ है बे शरीफ?
मेरे से ले लियो।
Match point.
ये ले।
Stump out there like breath.
अब तो वैंडल खेलूंगा ना।
देखो खेलना होगा। वाईटी वीडियोस देख के किसी का परफेक्ट सेंस ही नहीं होता। और जो भी लोग बोलते हैं टेंस का सेंसी कॉपी करो, नहीं भाई वो उसके गेम प्ले स्टाइल के हिसाब से उसका सेंसी है। तो तेरा गेम प्ले स्टाइल के हिसाब से सेंसी बना।
अरे
ठीक है, अगर तेरे को अगर लगता है कि हाँ वाईटी वीडियोस देख के हो जाएंगे तो कर सकता है, बट मेरे को नहीं लगता। वो चुतिया पे लगती है मुझे बस।
अरे सबसे बड़े हैं सब।
किसी और का सेंसी कोई कैसे बता सकता है?
तुम्हारे हाथ की मसल्स अलग है, उसके हाथ की मसल्स अलग है, ग्रिप अलग है उसका पकड़ने का।
कैसे 120
Spike
फेड
down A.
ऊपर है हेवन था
I have this spike.
Bring them down.
चैम्बर अननोन
नहीं
Last player standing.
मेन पे
Take hold.
वो भाई
अरे चिल फेड भाई
तीन तो मैंने मारे, बाकी लोग क्या कर रहे थे?
पैसे गए मेरे से वैंडल गिफ्ट करके आया हूँ मैं
Whatever happens, Sakin, don't panic. Trembling is bad for your aim.
दे यार एक शेरिफ दे दे तेरा बस
मेरे को भी
Need a drop.
इधर आ, ये ले इधर आ, मेरे पास आ,
कोरो
मेरे पास आ।
कोरो कोरो कोरो कोरो दे
Need a drop.
नहीं कोरो नहीं है मेरे पे, वो है
Midasi.
Need a drop.
अस्त्रा वेंडर अपना वो दे शरीफ दे
Need a drop.
रिवर वाली है रे इसके पास
ये वाला चला ना मुझे, ये वाला चला, मेरे वाला चला मुझे रिवर।
इधर
ये ले
हाँ ये भी अच्छा है ये इसका नाम क्या था भूल गया मैं
इक्सो
इक्सो
Cutting them.
I have the spike.
Spike down A.
Spike carrier killed. Reloading. Got the spike.
मेरा
Last player standing.
नेटवर्क
इनका लोड़ा आगे क्यों नहीं आया ये किसके पास था
I
स्पाइक
got your backs. Just, you know, from the front.
मेरे को स्पाइक दो, तुम लोग मेरे को स्पाइक दो, मैं प्लान कर दूंगा।
एक्स्ट्रा ही ले जाता है मैं क्या बोलूं तो मैं कर दिया होता अंदर घुसता सीधा देना स्पाइक
अरे वो
हाँ
नेटवर्क
क्या बात है
I can't afford
क्या
right now.
बात है
Thank you.
Sorry,
I'm sorry. मैं भी 2.3
चलो भाई प्लीज यार राउंड थ्रो थोड़ा सा
मेरे को स्लो फील हो रहा है, फास्ट फील
एक
हो
ही
रहा है।
राउंड का
तीनों
मैच है
वो।
बेंच
साले आयुष
Bring them down. We'll catch them. Concealment. Obscuring vision.
चलो घुसते इधर से ही घुसते हैं
मचा जेट मचा।
मैं जा रहा हूँ वेट कर रहा हूँ
There.
ये क्या कर रहा है स्मोक दे देके?
Enemy spotted.
ए 80 यार सॉरी
Spike down A.
स्पाइक प्लान कर लो सालो, मेन आएगा मे बी।
हाँ मैं नहीं आता है वो भड़वा घूम के पूरा
Spike drop. I have the spike.
कर लो ना हाँ नाइस वन रही है देख रहे हो रोज तोड़ना भाई
जीजीज
जीजीस भाई जीजीस थैंक यू भाई खेलते क्या
नहीं खेलना भाई, याद दुख रहे अब मेरा 15 मैचेस हो गए भाई सुबह दोपहर से भूखे।
मुझे 37 आरआर मिला, लेट्स गो।
इनको 20 मिला
37 आई मीन इसका मतलब 33 मिला, उसके साथ +4 परफॉर्मेंस बूस्ट के लिए।
अबे चैम्बर प्लेट कर अच्छी। चलो क्या सोने जा रहे हैं?
हाँ मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ जाने का और मन सा नहीं कर रहा।
मेरा भी यहाँ पे हाथ काम नहीं कर रहा था।
रेस्ट करो तो फिर अभी
चलो
मेन आईडी पुश करना है।
हाँ कल से पुश करेंगे।
अल्ट आईडी कितना खेलेंगे हम लोग, है ना?
हाँ मेन आईडी पुश करते हैं कल से। चलो गुड नाइट।
बाय बाय, गुड नाइट, टेक केयर जी जी।
चलो बाय बाय।